is here. It's big. And it's closer than you think. It's not a tournament. It's what you don't see on TV. The cash is real. The stakes are high. They bet big. They win big. They lose big. High stakes live action poker. Live at the bike. Watch it live on the web or play it if you dare at the Bicycle Casino right here in Los Angeles.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Live at the Bike, presented by the Bicycle Casino, the first and only webcast of live cash poker. My name is Bart Hanson. I'm here tonight with Jennifer Bankston. How you doing tonight, Jennifer?
I'm great. How are you?
Good. Jennifer also works here at the Bicycle Casino, and this is her first time on the webcast broadcast. You're going to be seeing a variety of people come in and out tonight. David Tuckman, Denny Williams. I'm going to be taking off around 7 o'clock to play in our second event of Winning the Green, the $200 Omaha High-Low. And as Jennifer knows, it's one of my favorite games. And our producer, Evelyn, is nice enough to let me go and take a shot. And, of course, Winning the Green, Denny Williams came in last night and told us that there were 700 people at an inaugural event last night at the $100 no-limit tournament. First prize was $25,000. And what a way to start the tournament off, come down and buy in for $100 and parlay that for $25,000. Just a huge turnout, Jennifer. And Jennifer, you actually won a tournament that was held here a few weeks ago. Ladies only tournament. What was the stakes there?
Yeah, actually it was the Queen of Hearts. It was the Valentine's Day tournament. It was about 350 women, and it was $35 buy-in with no rebuys, and it was a large field.
Great.
It was a great tournament, and I got a trophy and everything, so awesome. I was a happy girl.
You might have your picture. You can have your picture in card player.
It might be next issue, if I get lucky.
Well, Jennifer, tonight's game is the $500 minimum buy-in, no-limit game. Now, we've seen this game on the webcast several times before. The yellow chips are $5 chips, of course, and the purple chips are $25 chips. There is no maximum buy-in at this table. Anyone can sit down and buy in for however much they would like to buy in. We saw Greg Raymer about last week or a week and a half ago buy in for about $40,000 at this table when he was playing. So, again, there's no cap on the buy-in. But you do have to buy $500 minimum.
What do people usually buy in at the table?
Well, usually we've seen people buy in from anywhere, like I said, anywhere from $500 to $40,000. But normally, I think a good, size of buy-in is $1,000 to $2,000. Usually, $1,000 to $1,500 is about normal. Some people will come in with one rack and $500 and take a shot. But Dave and I were talking last night that a lot of times if someone just comes in with the intention of buying one rack, this game's a little bit too big for their bankroll, and it affects their play, and they play scared, and it really isn't the best way to go about, playing poker. We're going to introduce the players tonight, some of whom you've seen, some of you haven't on the broadcast. Of course, in seat 1 is Ulette. Seat 2 here is Cliff. Seat 3 is Tony. Seat 4, I believe, is going to be a new player, but seat 5 is Allen. Seat 6 is Al. Seat 7 is Robert.
That's me.
Seat 8 is Melissa. And seat 9, of course, is the ever-lovable Mo. We saw Mo mix it up last night in the 200 game a bit. When we talk about the seat numbers, of course, from our main perspective, we're talking about seat 1 being to the dealer's left, or from this perspective, to the right of the dealer, going around in a clockwise fashion, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. And the blinds in this game are $5 and $10. Small blind is 5, large blind is 10.
Chips? Mike, how much you want?
Like I said, we've seen some varying styles from Mo, who's one of the hosts here at the bike for this game. Sometimes he likes to really move it up a bit and mix it up with some questionable cards, and sometimes he makes bluffs, and sometimes he plays real tight. And usually in this game, it's the best way to go about playing. Oh, there I think is Mike actually in seat 4, and we've seen him on the show several times before. Pretty aggressive player. He had a kind of a bad week last week.
$5 short.
He lost, I think, about $1 or $2 grand or something like that. But his play is very, very aggressive, so you're bound to have A bit more variance and some swings compared to, you know, someone who plays extremely tight.
Exactly, like myself.
40.
Wow.
Now we're going to
Was
see.
that seat 3's picked up ace king?
Yeah, C3 on the buttons got big slick. Ace king. There's 4 players.
I think
here.
it was a $40 raise.
So we're looking at about $170 pot here.
He's
Just bear with us, and we'll get the whole card cameras up there in a second. But it doesn't look like anyone really has much of anything here.
now seat 2's picked up.
Well, C2's actually out of the hand. Now, Mo taking the initiative on the flop. There we go. On the flop was checked. Mo's got a 7-10. He doesn't have anything, Jennifer, but we see this time and time again from him. You know, he senses weakness, and he just makes a bet in position.
Lots of mistakes.
And look at this. He's going to show his bluff, Jennifer. And, you know, that's what makes it so great about Mo. I mean, he plays off of the other players, senses weakness, and picks up a nice little pot there, $170. I mean, it's on a giant pot in this level game, but talk about building your chip stack up, stealing small pots.
Yeah, that was a great read.
You're cold over there?
Of course, from the back position, if the flop had been checked around and the turn card brought a queen and no one even bet into the queen, you really can't necessarily put anybody on a queen either there.
Right.
So, you know, I think that he probably deduced that making a good bet there was going to take the entire pot down, and it did. As the viewers can see, we have our little graphic of the blinds on the top of the screen, which is fairly new. Looks like seat 6 has got out of the small blind an ace-queen. He is in the small blind. Well, he's going to raise. I was going to say, Jennifer, you know, sometimes we had talked about this hand not really having a lot of strength from up front, ace-queen offsuit. Maybe he's just trying to pick the pot up right here, but if he does get any callers, he's going to be totally out of position against every other opponent.
Yeah, for me, I would just raise to try to pick up the pot right there. I wouldn't want to.
Right.
To have any competition on that.
So I think there's 2 schools of thought there where you might just kind of complete the bet and see what happens, or raise to pick up the pot. I tend to might think that if it had just been limped around, I'm going to maybe just limp and see what happens. I mean, ace-queen, it's an okay hand, but...
Exactly, because if it's limped around, there's a very good chance that somebody who limped is looking to re-raise, and then you're in a terrible position because you're dominated by hands like ace-king, aces, queens.
Or you might see someone that had limped in, because we talked about the implied odds of no limit hold'em, maybe holding a suited connector and calling a couple callers when you got ace-queen against 8-9 of diamonds and 7-8 of clubs, and the flop is, queen 7-8, and you can get into real trouble from up front. Now, funny enough, Tony in seat 3, if some of the viewers remember from a couple of weeks ago, burnt through his chips pretty quick. It was about 2 weeks ago, I remember. Some of the diehards out there played a couple of questionable hands, and he looks like he's bringing it in for a raise with Jack 10 suited, Jennifer, and he's going to get a call from seat 3 with 2-3 offsuit. Kind of a questionable call. A $30 raise.
Yeah, I would say so. Now he's in trouble because he's picked up a pair.
Well, Jack 10 suited is in the lead, and he leads right out with the top pair. And Deuce 3 offsuit calls the bottom pair and a weak kicker, talking about Mike here. And we wonder sometimes if Mike calls because the implied odds that comes with it, maybe if he hits 2 pair on the turn. Now look at this. It looks like a check raise here from from Cliff in seat 2 with 7-8. And he's going to take the pot down. He gets Jack 10 to lay down top pair. Cliff didn't know that he didn't have the best hand there, but it was a pretty strong check raise. And, Jack 10 is pretty vulnerable in that situation. And he ended up winning the whole pot. If this is the same Cliff that I'm thinking about, he's a pretty accomplished tournament player. His last name, I don't even want to attempt to butcher.
Yamagana?
Yamagana or something like that.
On the board.
But I think I do recognize him from tournaments.
Yeah, that game is possible.
And I have seen him play, so he's a pretty solid player. Yamagawa, something like that. sensing maybe someone brought that hand in with an ace-king or an ace-queen and kind of a raggy flop, has the second pair and check raises and takes down the pot. It's funny that Tony brought that hand in with a raise, Jack 10, and then flop top pair and then just got away from the hand right away,
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
That, seat 7 has picked up actually, seat 7 has flopped, excuse me, he's picked up the nut flush draw. He's got the ace of clubs there. Ace of clubs, deuce of spades on the button. It's going to be between seat 6 and seat 7. Look at this, seat 6 is actually in the lead here, Jennifer, with pocket 2s. Oh, and then the final club comes on the river there. And he's going to show his deuce of clubs and fold the hand. Pocket deuces, if you don't hit your set, it's just vulnerable to everything because every card on the board is an overcard.
Yeah, exactly. I've learned to limp in the no-limit game with small pocket pairs, but once it doesn't hit its set on the flop, it's just insta-muck.
Right. We talk about the implied odds that this game brings as opposed to limit hold'em. You can make a call for $20 or $40 with pocket 2s. Whereas in a limit game, you wouldn't necessarily want to do that. But if some guy's chip stack is very, very deep, you can, take those implied odds that if you hit your set, you can, bust him out if he has an overpair or something like that. So
exactly.
Talk about, usually limping with a lot of hands here, a lot of, suited connectors, low pocket pairs. Now look at this. Mo is going to raise out of the small blind. Look like this. He's mixing it up, Jennifer. He's got 10-3 offsuit. Raising from out of position from the small blind. I don't necessarily like this move, but people don't like to play with Mo a lot because he mixes it up so much. Maybe he sensed some weaknesses when it was limped around, and look, he's just going to take the whole pot down. So he's playing off the other players, senses weaknesses when there's 4 or 5 limpers, and picked up the pot. I'm sure that if someone from early position were to re-raise there, that Mo was going to have to lay that hand down. That was just a steal raise.
Yeah, exactly.
But people don't necessarily know that. So.
And big one, not $1,500. 5 above.
And from the small blind.
Right.
Wow.
If you get a call, you're in big trouble. You might want to take one shot on the flop, and if you get any heat, muck the hand. That's one of the problems with bluffing out of the small blind when you're out of position there. But I think the main purpose with that was just because he thought that no one had any type of strength.
Yeah.
So he definitely wanted to pick up the pot right there.
He cost me.
Looks like it's been raised.
No, it looks like it was. I think it was actually limped around.
I
know
I can't really
sometimes
see
it's a little bit difficult to see the chips. Yeah. So seat 8 with seat 8, Melissa's got the best hand here with a flush and a pair, which actually can be a pretty decent hand in decent hand in no limit. Now look at this. She's gonna raise. Seat 6 bet 50, pretty much, Jennifer, on a pure bluff. Queen 10 offsuit, had nothing, didn't have any draws. Seat 8 raised it with pair and a flush draw. Took the pot down. Good semi-bluff. Talk about semi-bluff. Maybe she wouldn't necessarily have the best hand at that point, but she definitely has room to improve.
Right.
But she wanted to win the pot right there, and she did. She didn't even know that her pair of 5s was the best hand the whole way anyways.
And I'm just wondering, in this game, you saw people limp in with 5-7 of clubs and 9-4 offsuit. I mean, is that a common occurrence in the no-limit game, that people will just limp in with random cards?
Well, I mean, I know that you're usually more familiar with playing the 200 and the 100 game. A lot of times people will take less pre-flop equity with an inferior hand with the feeling that maybe that they can outplay the other players post-flop. Saw Greg Raymer limp in with a lot of hands. He won a big pot with 10-7 offsuit under the gun. I mean, obviously that's a hand I wouldn't touch.
Exactly.
But if he's got a good read on everyone, you could play a lot of hands. And Dave and I were talking about playing a lot of hands in good position, though. I wouldn't limp in with garbage from early position, but you could almost limp in with any hands on the button.
Right.
That was 25. Youlette's going to...
Seat 1 is going to get in trouble here.
Full call. She's got a jack. She's got top pair here. Seat 7 has got the nut flush draw.
And seat 6 has her kicker out kicked.
That's right. So Youlette's got kicker problems. Now, seat 6 is going to continue to lead with the top pair. $100. Looks like the pot's laying about $200 pot, I think, right now.
Now, how much does this pot have to have for Ace-4 of clubs to stay in to try to catch their draw?
Well, if Ace-4 is going to think that some people are going to call behind him, and it's not a $200 pot, excuse me, it's a $100 pot. I was going to say, if Ace-4 figures that maybe he's going to get some calls behind, maybe he has odds to stay in, but he doesn't really have odds on a pure flush draw to stay in when someone makes a pot-sized bet, unless he thinks his ace might be good too, though, if he catches it. So there are some additional outs there. Of course, he was looking at...
Now you let's upset.
Well... Of course, you let caught 2 pair on the river.
Yeah, well, what are you going to do? I mean, but that was a good laydown. She knew she was out kicked right there.
Well, it's also the fact that when we're talking about no limit hold'em, unless you're really trying to trap an opponent, it's usually not the best play to flat call. So what was Ulette going to do? Just call all the way down? But you either needed to put in a raise to figure out what was going on in that hand, or muck the hand, and she mucked the hand. She did call one time on the flop, but... And again, the pot was limped around, so it's very difficult to figure, what players hold, because they could really hold any 2 cards, especially in a game where there isn't much pre-flop raising, and there's loose play. Mo's got a couple of ladies here, Jennifer, pocket queens. He's going to raise it to $75. Dave and I actually got into a long discussion about playing large pocket pairs from early position in these no-limit games, and we were talking about, there's a few different ways to play them. We didn't necessarily have a problem with someone trying to limp in with pocket aces or pocket kings from under the gun, hoping that someone raises behind you and that you could put in a re-raise. But if you do have just a pure limped pot, 4 or 5 people in, and the pot wasn't raised, and the flop comes... rag with, a couple connecting cards and 2 suits.
You have no idea what you're up against.
You have absolutely no idea what you're up against. Yeah, maybe you take a shot, but if you take any heat, you really got to muck the overpair, because people could have almost anything. And you only have 1 pair.
Exactly. Big blind. I just make it a habit to raise every single time. I don't try to get cute, limp, hope somebody re-raises. I just play the hand straight up and hope.
If you do raise, with the cards, and you do get a caller from back, and your head's up against someone, and there's a rag flop, well, then of course you're much less concerned, unless somebody hits a set on you, which happens in this game sometimes, and it's you have to put the read on the players. Someone calls, if you're pretty deep in your stack, and someone calls pocket 6s, and flop is deuce 6-5, and you've got aces, it's tough. King 10 offsuit against 7-10 suited here. 7-10 suited flop, flush draw and gut shot straight draw here, Jennifer. Pretty powerful hand. Looks like he's going to lead with 125 there. Took the pot down.
Hi, Danny. How are you?
Good, thanks. Mr. Cunningham.
Of course, our no-limit jackpot, which is at $100,000, still has not been hit.
How long has it been? About 3.5 months?
3.5 months. After the broadcast last night, I went out onto the floor because I knew the tournament, is having 700 people, and there were 20 no-limit tables going, 200 and 100 cash game tables. Probably more than we've ever had. I got to say, it was more than we ever had. It was insane.
Yeah,
they were all over the place, and the jackpot still hasn't been hit. So get yourself down here to the Bicycle Casino and play in the 100 game.
Yeah.
Blinds are small. You maybe come with 1 rebuy, come with $200.
Yeah, for the 100 game, the blinds are $2 and $3. There's going to be plenty of action this weekend. There always is when the jackpots are huge.
Of course, there is no jackpot in this game, but in the $100 buy-in and $200 restricted buy-in games, we have that jackpot. Like we said, it hasn't been hit in well over 3 months.
C2's picked up ace king.
C2's picked up ace king, and I think he limped in with it here.
Service, please. Check.
Now C2 checked. Seat 6 is on the butt, who has an inferior hand. is betting $100 using his position.
Make it 2. There you go.
And look at this.
Wow,
We've
he's
seen
going
this
over
before.
the
It looks
top.
like he's going to check
Check
raise. Oh, I thought he said make it 2, but he
I thought
didn't.
that's what he said
Yeah.
as well.
I think we must have picked up some
Now we're gonna have
some atmosphere sound there. That's one of the reasons why I actually like to not raise out of the small and big blind with ace king. Sometimes in limit games, I mean, I don't always not raise, but a lot of times I like to hide that hand. And then when you have a flop like that, you can check raise, and you might even get something like a low pocket pair to lay down. You know what I mean? Something
Right.
like that. Or if the guy held the 3, he might lay it down.
Yeah, I agree.
Um,
In the
you-
small big blind, I would just check that.
Excuse me.
I mean, not always, but if seat 2, who's Cliff, did throw in a check raise, I think it would be very, very difficult for Tony to make a call with King Deuce. We also talked about how people like to limp in with ace rag,
Go ahead.
and Dave and I were really not a fan of that play. Especially if it's not suited, but if you are going to do it, you really have to be good enough. Now we see Ouellette's got ace 3 suited here to get away from the hand if an ace flops, if you take heat.
Oh, exactly. I will always limp in with an ace suited, or if it's a small raise, I'll come in because you're looking to, of course, flop 2 pair,
Right,
make 2 pair, or make your flush.
right. But if you call for a small raise and an ace comes, I mean,
You got to know
gotta
you
really,
beat.
You got to really play
It's hard.
your game and figure out,
Alan, sit there.
if you have the best hand or if you should just release. And usually that type of hand isn't going to be able to take a lot of heat. So, and sometimes, even if you flop trips with your ace, it still might not necessarily be good if you've got multi-way action there, if you have a
Right.
weak kicker.
I'd say if I was in first position, I'd make a small bet. If I'm raised, then I'll know that I'm beat, or I'll just end up laying it down.
With your ace flopping, right?
Exactly.
Ace flopping. Of course, the key always is to mix up your game. So
Right. I mean, if the ace is the best hand, I want to at least get my chance to win by betting. And if I'm raised, then I'm probably beat.
well, if I have pocket kings next time and I raise and you call and there's an ace that flops and you check it to me, I'll know that and I'll bet you right out of the pot. I'll raise you right out of the pot. How about that?
I'll look forward to it.
Okay.
Now here's a good. We got ace rag here in seat 7,
Color you
who's
are.
near the button there. Now Ouellette's gonna put in a bet. She's got 2 pairs. She's got deuce 10. She had a free ride in the big blind, and seat 7 quickly folds with ace 4.
Okay.
Gets away from the hand.
Down to my yellow.
Now, a lot of the players at this table are familiar with each other, and Oulette plays a very, very tight, solid game. And she puts a bet in there in that type of flop, and there was no raise, and she's in the big blind. She's not normally stealing, and I'm looking down at ace 4, and normally I'm going to muck against her.
Right.
And that's one of the advantages that you have when you have position, because you can see the action in front of you.
300?
Yeah.
All right.
Just don't win a big pot because that'd be a hassle,
Again, you can see our webcast here live at the bike every Wednesday through Saturday from 6 o'clock to 10 p.m. Pacific time. And I'm here tonight with Jennifer Bankston.
Which I was actually on the 8-16 game.
That's
which
right.
We
You were
broadcast on Wednesday. I think I
for the-
played for about the last half an hour.
And I actually played with you on a 200 game that was broadcast here
That's right, a couple
of
weeks ago.
Well, that's a decent,
Wow.
that's a high card starting hands, but it didn't really hit
Check.
anyone, Jennifer. And you think that somebody might be able to put a bet in here and try to steal the... Now, Mo's on the button. He's in seat 9. Oh, an ace comes. I was going to say, if there was a scare card that didn't come, I'm sure Mo would bet. Now Ouellette's going to bet. She's got ace-jack. Now, seat 4, Mike also has the same hand.
80.
And he raises. When we talk about there's a difference, between cold calling and raising. I like that raise. Get some people out behind you, see where you're at in the hand. And you let Mike just check call here, and Mike actually might be able to better out of the pot the way that I've seen these two play. No, it's just going to get checked down.
Chips here.
I think I'm going to stay here.
And it's going to be, of
You want to
course,
sit here?
a chop pot.
If you like.
Both players have the same hand. Aces and sixes with a jack kicker.
As soon as I get all the...
They didn't call me.
Oh, they called you.
Maybe for something else.
She asked me, lock it, and I said, lock it.
Really? Well, let me go check out.
The win in the green tournament.
If he doesn't come back, I'll take
Of course, tonight I said that the Omaha High-Low tournament is $200 buy-in. On Sunday, talking about a really, really big tournament, we're having a $100 no-limit hold'em with multi-rebuys. For people that aren't familiar, you don't necessarily have to rebuy. You can take one shot and go for it, and there's $50,000 guaranteed on that tournament. And our tournaments start on the weekends at 4:15, and during the week at 7:15. So $50,000 guaranteed is quite a
the prize pool.
quite a
And
lot.
we know it's
Of
going
course,
to be
last
a lot
night
more
we
than
hit
that.
70,000 and there was no guarantee. The guarantee was 25,000 and the prize pool was over
Yeah,
70,000.
first prize got 25 grand.
If we saw 700 people, 700 players, and $100 with,
Multi rebuys.
well, if we saw 700 without rebuys on a Thursday night, we're going to see probably even more on Sunday.
Oh, right.
And the rebuys are, people going to rebuy, take a couple extra shots. It's going to be a huge, huge tournament. Looks like, again, the pot was limped around here. No one really raised much anything here. And King 4 and Jack 4 have second pair. C2's got the best hand right now. The deuce comes. It's not going to help anyone. You wonder if somebody might fire out in the pot here. And it's going to be Mike with Jack 4. Now, C2 in early position, who actually has the best hand, had checked. And let's see how he's going
They
to
cannot show it.
And Seat 8 calls with Jack, King Jack, with a couple of overcards. And C2 mucks. No, C2 calls, excuse me. So King 4, Jack 4, and King Jack. Now, King Jack is drawing to a king.
Well, actually,
And it's going
King Jack can't hit his king because.
Oh,
then
yeah,
they
you're
have-
right, exactly.
then
King
they'll
Jack
have, kings
was
and
drawing
fours.
totally dead. I didn't see
Yeah,
that.
yeah, I
Didn't see that. And it was checked down again. Now, Mike put in a bet against Ulette, or put in a raise against Ulette with Ace Jack, and then checked it down the river. And then he just put in a bet against King 4 with Cliff and Seat 2, and checked it down the river. And Cliff had the best hand with the higher kicker.
Yeah. It's disgusting. It's a little tough.
And again, I wouldn't make that call with King Jack, in a limit game, obviously, and probably not in that situation because I didn't sense a lot of strength from people unless they were slow playing a monster. But if you do hit your overcard, well, you have implied odds that you could win, a bit, more chips. You can bet it whatever amount that you want on the river there. Oh, does that look like pocket kings there?
it looked like it.
King queen, excuse me.
Queen on the button.
King queen on the button for C2, and it looked like this pot was limped again around. Ooh,
That's a great flop for him.
Great flop for King Queen, and I'd love to fast play these hands with two diamonds out there on the button. Maybe somebody thinks he's stealing. I look down that hand, and I'm on the button. I love it because maybe thinks someone's going to check raise me because they think you're stealing.
Right.
But no one really made a move there. No one had much of anything. A lot of times, Jennifer, someone with two diamonds might have put in a check raise there from up front. Thinking the button was trying to steal that pot. And, would have been interesting to see. Check raise, semi-bluff. Of course, the chances that someone has, trips when two cards are on the board are less than someone having just a single pair.
Right.
So C2, we've seen him make a couple moves. We've seen him say pretty solid. We've seen him make a couple good reads for some nice calls. And he's won a few $100s already now. Now, normally the players stack their chips in 20 chip denominations. So a yellow stack is going to represent $100. Purple stack is going to represent $500. So it looks like that gentleman has about 2 stacks of 500, so 1,000 and another 100, and that's 1,100, and then a couple whites in back, which are also $100 chips, so about 1,400. So that's how you can take a quick look, like Mo is looking at least 2 purple stacks, and looks about 2,000 in front of Mo.
Looks like there was
Ooh.
a raise. Pocket 5 just hit a set.
Now don't remember who the original raiser was here.
But this should be an easy flop for pocket deuces and pocket 6s to get away from.
Well, and he looks like he's going to bet
225.
225, Jennifer. Which maybe those guys think that he's trying to steal the pot with an overbet. This Cliff again. He's bet very, very strongly, but he's had the best hand. And this is why I love to, fast play hands when you have them, because sooner or later, maybe someone's not going to believe him.
Right.
And we've seen the fact that he's bet with the strongest hand every time. So someone might try to pick him off, and it's going to be wrong.
That bottom set is not a hand that you would slow play.
No, it really isn't. A lot of people like to slow play sets. I'm not one of those types of people, unless I'm fairly confident that another card isn't going to hurt me.
Right. I mean, if it's top set and there's rag, no
Right.
possible other draws, and you just got the hand dominated, that's one thing. But on that board,
Couple
he wouldn't want to
of the
slow play
suits
that.
were the same. I think it was a King 10-5 board, so someone held like an Ace Queen or something, could have caught a miracle card for a straight. We want to say hello, everyone out there, to those 2+2ers, watching this and starting the nightly thread that seems to be going on
I'm
every
actually not
night of the
familiar
webcast.
with this thread. Is it just people who...
It's actually a gentleman by the handle of, I think
Upside
it's
down.
Kev Math from Syracuse, New York. Likes to start a thread every night with comments about the game. People make constructive criticisms about the way that players play, and maybe make some comments about how the show can be improved. And we welcome it. Again, we're in the preliminary stages of this. And we welcome all your questions, comments, suggestions. I like to try to read the thread every night after the shows that I do.
Okay, leave it there.
Button looked like, couldn't quite tell what. C4 had the Ace-9 there, so picks up the best hand. It looked like he tried to slip in a note there to our whole
I
cam, but we
saw
couldn't
that.
quite pick it up.
Maybe he's saying hi to his family or something.
Seat 8 there.
No, bring the face.
Seat 8 was Melissa.
Yes, behind the wall. They're working there.
This is, I think, the first one that
Yes.
is a new idea.
You're talking about how it's a new idea.
It's cash and it's live.
Live cash game.
Good idea, Mo. I don't know.
Oh,
if
yeah.
Yeah, it was
I think
me and Robert.
I think it's a great idea. It gives people a chance
the
to
other places.
see the game and
Talks about it.
And Mo,
sparks an interest.
Mo's taking credit for
Everyone knows about
the
it.
game.
Oh, is
He's
that
taking
right?
credit for the idea. Seat 4's got King Jack suited.
Yeah,
Jennifer's going to raise to
some of them they
25.
can't. I mean, Hollywood Park, you
He's gonna-
can because it's not
And
the owner, it's
Look at the
the
seat.
renter.
Excuse me. Looks like
Commerce maybe not because
no.
he
Seat
has
5
already
did mock his hand. No. Seat 5 called, and he's got a King 6 offsuit.
But they're
Jennifer.
gonna
He's
do
on the
it.
button. I'll say that, but
I
I don't know really how you call King 6
gonna
offsuit
make
for a
big
$25 raise, even
Yeah,
in this
I-
game.
$5.
But we do talk about implied odds and the chances that you're going to hit your hand. But his his 2 cards really do not coordinate in any fashion.
Yeah,
If his
absolutely
king
not.
hits, it's not
The only thing
necessarily
he's
going to
got
be
going
good.
for him is that he's on the button.
Right. So I
Now-
mean, there is to a certain extent, you can play a lot of hands on the button, but not always. Now,
You let he
You let-
picks up 2 pair.
top and bottom pair, and no one else has an ace to give her a lot of action here. So I think this is going to be a quick muck by everyone. Mo's got
Now
pocket
she's gonna show
7.
bluffs.
She said now he's going to show bluff, but she doesn't. So, we talk about suited aces. Well, obviously, if you flop 2 pair with an ace, you're in pretty good shape.
You're in good shape, exactly. You want to flop that flush draw, flop the flush, flop your 2 pair.
Of course, when we were doing Hold'em, Limit Hold'em, I was talking about the value of high-suited cards in Limit Hold'em. Because of the fact that usually when you pick up a draw, you're going to stay all the way down to the end and that there are several people in the pot. Well, suited cards in this game aren't necessarily as valuable as they are in Limit Hold'em because you can be bet off of your draws. Although you can play low-suited connectors in this game, whereas in Limit it's really not profitable to come into a pot with a low-suited connector in a Limit game.
Exactly.
Right? But in a, if the circumstances are right and I'm from up back, I'll play maybe a 5-6 suited, 6-7 suited in this game.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
But in a Limit game, there's just too many possibilities. If you hit your flush, it's likely that somebody else is in there with the same flush draw that's higher, and it's going to cost you a lot of money.
Well, especially you're talking about on the lower Limit games.
Right. Yeah, and the
20,
16
40
and down.
Yeah, 20, 40, and when you're not seeing a lot of people in the pot, usually a flush is good. But if you're talking about 6-12 and 4-8 games, right? Someone could be joining the same flush with you, and you might not have the higher one, right?
Right.
Yeah.
150.
Looks like the button is betting 150 with 4-5 suited, and Ace-10 is going to call. Now, I was going to say Tony might have a tell on it, but we saw Tony play some very, very, very questionably before, so I can't say it's necessarily a good call. I just think he's calling to try to hit his ace.
Yeah.
But look at this, though. He checks behind. The 4-5 checks behind, and let's see if Tony... Now Tony's got, the 2 pair with the ace kicker, so... No, he checks it down. Well...
So 4-5 tried to pick up... It was a semi-bluff. He tried to pick up a pot on the button with
He did his flush
draw.
Yeah, he did a flush draw, and he did take the turn. He took a free turn card. I didn't notice that flush draw at first, but yeah, he did have a flush draw. And then actually, I said, Tony didn't bet at the end, but of course, Dave and I got into a big discussion last night about value betting and what you need to do on the river. And, you don't put a bet in there if you think you're going to be called by a better hand. I mean, if he's to put in a bet in there and he thinks the guy's in a broken flush draw, well, the guy's going to fold. So you'd only, you wouldn't put in a bet. It's dangerous to put in a bet because
because the only way you're called is if you're beat.
Right. So, you're not necessarily going to be called by a weaker hand because the guy has an ace, it's a chop pot anyways.
Right.
So. Looks like seat 4, who's Mike, is bringing this in for a raise. He's re-raising to 60 with 8-10 suited. Little does he know, Jennifer, that seat 3 has pocket queens and is probably going to re-raise here, I would imagine.
No, seat 7 is stuck in the middle with an ace-jack. He's cold called the re-raise.
You let calls with ace-4. Now it's time for pocket queens. Did pocket queens just cold call? No, okay. Wow. I'm surprised, but pocket queens just cold calls from up front. I would think that he would have put a re-raise in there.
He still has the best hand here.
Now he's gonna lead with his queens.
420.
He bets 420. Now the pot is laying about $400, so he's betting the pot here, Jennifer. Now Mike, who is the original raiser in seat 4, has flop top pair, but he does have a weak kicker and he doesn't have the club draw. Now the thing about the 420 bet here is I don't think that he's going to get a call from anyone here. I just don't think that their hands are strong enough. He didn't re-raise, so it's tough to put him on a hand, like an overpair like that.
And he does take down the pot.
Some people would say he was living a little bit dangerously by letting those ace rag cards get in there, the ace 4. I mean, I think the order of action there was he had raised, the 8-10 re-raised. I would think from early position another very, very large re-raise was in order from queens. If you've got 5 people in the pot,
yeah,
like
I agree because there's 2 people cold calling behind, and you got to get them out because any ace comes, you have to.
Or ace or king, you're going to
hand.
have to shut down. So if he had put in a large re-raise, like maybe re-raise to pot size before the flop, I think that would have been the best play. He probably would have lost everyone. But he lost everyone anyways when he bet the flop. He didn't get any extra money. So all you're doing is putting yourself in a vulnerable position to overcards.
Right. With 3 people in the pot with him, I'm sure he was just happy that there were rags on the flop and he was able to take it down
Well, I think there were more than 3. I think it was more like 5. That's why I thought there was a big re-raise was in order there. queen, 9-6, 2 hearts. Mike's flop top pair here. Pretty straightforward play there. 2 hearts. Maybe a couple of straight draws out there. You know, Jennifer, we saw, it's kind of interesting that a lot of people in the 200 game checking top pair last night when they were checking top pair with very good kickers when there were all kinds of things that could beat, you know, allowing a free card to beat them. And,
really? You think they were
yeah.
trying to slow play, or they just
No,
not
I just don't
familiar
think that
with
they
how
weren't
great their
familiar with the
hand
game.
was?
Yeah.
Because top pair with a good kicker is not something I like to slow play.
Right. For a number of reasons. Not only do you not want somebody to get a free card, but it's not a monster hand good enough to slow play either.
Exactly.
Like slow playing a set or something like that.
Right.
You know, somebody catches 2 pair, now you're beat.
Right. Or you let someone stay in there with bottom pair and their card
Catch
pairs the
trips.
board.
Yep. Pocket 8's there for seat 8. Brought that hand in for a raise and stole the blinds. So we'll talk about on Sunday the no limit tournament with $100 with multi-rebuys. Of course, it's going to draw. I would almost think it's going to. Now the guarantee is $50,000, and this is just me saying this, but I would not be surprised if the prize pool is well over $100,000.
Oh yeah,
You know?
I agree.
On Wednesday we have a no limit tournament, which is $200 buy-in with no rebuys.
Do the no limit tournaments usually draw a bigger crowd than the limit tournaments?
Absolutely.
Because I'm planning on playing some of the limit tournaments.
Well, I know you and I actually like the limit tournaments, and I mean I like no limit as well. But you know, no limit is the craze now. And then next Saturday, or this upcoming on March 12th, is the $200 no limit tournament with multi rebuy, $75,000 guarantee, and that's going to be a big one too. And you would think that the jackpot will be hit sometime over this month when we have all these live no-limit cash games going.
Yeah. How many cash games were going for no limit last night?
About 20.
No. Danny, you paid it?
Looks like there's going to be 6-way action here.
Oh. Ace Queen.
Bo's got top pair, and he knows
Top
what
pair.
to do with this. Now, it's interesting that seat 8 is flopped
No,
the
that's what
nut
the order
flush
is doing.
draw.
And C4 slot 2 pair here.
2-4. And he bet 75. So we
That's
can
when you
see
order
some
the
fireworks
count
here, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah.
People have gotten a big piece of this. And seat 5 is on a lower flush draw, amazingly enough. Jack Deuce suited.
Order, yeah, there is.
Well, he's actually. Oh, actually, I didn't see seat 8 is in with their
Raise.
with
the
top
nut-
flush,
with the
nut
flush
flush draw.
And now
Wow.
Mo is going to raise, of course, with Ace Queen. Looks like
4 more, yeah. 4 is
he's
more.
raising to 400, and I love that raise. The bet was 75, so the pot's laying somewhere around 300 right now. He's going to raise more than the pot. The problem is that he doesn't know he's up against top pair, and Mike's going to move all in with looks like another 600 or so, and that's a good bet by Mike.
Me too.
And it looks like it's gonna get the flush draws. No, I was gonna say it was gonna get the flush draws off their odds.
But he
But
actually
look at this,
is
he comes
going
back
on
over the top, but she only has probably another
What are you waiting?
600.
No, I'm here.
So the raise was 400. Seat 8 calls and probably raises another 200 more.
All right, but thank you.
And Mo
Mo's
with
got to
Ace
be in a
Queen.
quandary here.
Yeah,
Maybe somebody flopped a set.
right. Again, Mo only has top pair, and he's behind. Now somebody could be pushing him with a flush draw. He's got to figure that, but he can figure that one person is
On the
has to
draw,
be-
and one
but it
person
looks,
hasn't beat.
I was going to say it looked like he only had $200 more to call there, but maybe it was more. But he mucks. So
He makes a correct play there.
yeah, we know that a lot of the clubs are already out.
Right, Jack
No,
deuce.
no. Hold on a second. Let's see if they're going to deal it through.
Oh, I thought, okay.
Are they going to deal it through 3 times here?
I'll deal it 3 times.
Okay. It's funny, Mike wants to do it twice. Seat 8 wants to do it 3 times, but I guess it looks like we're only going to do it once now. 9 of hearts. 9.
I win.
Wow. Now Mo.
Jennifer, that was funny because
I win. Ace queen.
and Mo was saying he wins
course.
because of
Right,
course the
I
9
win.
counterfeits the 2 pair, which is part of the problem with having bottom 2 pair and having a lot of heat on you, especially when you think someone is on a flush draw or something. You can be counterfeited,
Right. And
you know. No, and actually Mike had gone in for 850 more, so Mo had another 400 to call. So.
now, what were you saying about them doing it twice?
Hold on a second here. I was just trying to figure out how much
You
was
guys
the
like-
pot. Pot
She didn't call on.
was about. Looks like it was about almost a $2,000 pot.
I had ace queen. But I'm gonna call. I mean, she didn't call. I'm gonna call.
No, possibly less than that, Jennifer, because he had put 850 in, but C-Day didn't have enough to cover. But anyways, what I was talking about is that in big no-limit cash games, sometimes they run the river or run a set of cards multiple times so that people don't have to commit their entire chip stack to a draw.
Okay.
And that's what they were going to do. And Mike said that I'll run it 2 times. C-Date said, well, no, I want to run it 3 times. Mike's like, all right, forget it. We'll only run it once. And each time that they run it, they actually chop the pot by that increment. So if they were to run it 3 times, they'd have 3 separate pots.
Okay.
1/3, 1/3, 1/3 size of the pot.
No.
And then, depending on each result, if a club came up once, the guy with the flush would win 1, and the
Okay.
other person would win 2 pots.
Oh, I understand.
If they did it twice, well then, if a club came up once, they would chop the pot half and half.
Okay.
It's funny. We saw Greg Raymer do that last week, where he agreed to run it 3 times. He was on a flush draw, and he hit his flush draw twice, so he won 2/3 of the pot. And the first time that he won it, 2 diamonds actually came. So
Oh, wow.
he hit his flush, and then another diamond came, which was bad for him, giving him less diamonds.
Right.
And then he won it a second time too, and they ran it the second time. So he won 2/3 of the pot. Just a little bit of way of kind of dealing with some type of insurance deals that players used to do in the past that caused controversy, and now I guess this is the simplest way to do it when they don't want to commit all their chips on that type of draw. And actually the mathematics are exactly the same. It doesn't really matter if you run it once, if you run it twice, or if you run it 3 times, because the pots are being chopped by the same amount. It makes no difference.
Right.
So it's not better or worse to do it any number of times that you choose.
3 player.
Now,
Seat 4 in his hand.
is seat 4 in the hand? Seat 4's got flopped the straight.
Yeah.
85.
And look at this. Seat 8 is going to bet 285 with top pair and a gut shot.
Okay. You're leading.
And Mike calls. And the queen comes, and that's going to give
285.
8,
They
9,
still
10.
have the same-
Seat 8, the winner.
Sorry.
Oh, it's going to be a chop pot.
Right.
It's
They
going to be a
still
chop
have
pot.
this-
It's
They
gonna be a chop
both
pot.
have a
Yeah.
9, so
Yeah.
they both have the same queen high
Right,
straight.
right. So that queen obviously was bad for Mike.
Right. But seat 8 with top pair and the straight draw,
And the straight
he's not
draw.
going anywhere.
She's
She's not going anywhere.
Melissa.
She's-
Again, as your first time here, and sometimes, we take a little nudging from some 2+2 people about sometimes misreading their hands. It is a little bit difficult to pick all the stuff up on the fly, right?
Yes, it is. Especially for our first time.
Yeah.
Maybe by the 3rd or 4th time I'll have the hang of it, like my pro.
Well, I was
Bart.
actually referring to myself
Oh,
making
oh.
that mistake. But maybe you're telling me that I should already have it down.
Chopper play.
You don't need to go.
50.
You have to. I want to ask first how to get in.
Seat 4 is betting out with deuce 8. Looks like he's on a stone cold bluff here. Seat 5 is flop top pair. He's going to call, of course.
Bet 100.
Seat 4 is going to lay it down. On the flop, he sees that his bluff didn't work. He's not going to try and bluff it again on the turn.
And I'm getting word that Allen Cunningham is in the game. I am familiar with that name as a tournament and cashing player, but I'm not familiar with his face. And I think we may have just shot him right here. We have him down at seat 5, but excuse me. Because I was going to say I'm not. That's not him in seat 5. That's Tony. But is he still in the game? Was he still in the game? I think he might have got up, and I apologize that I didn't recognize him off the bat there. But he's a very accomplished player. Seat 4's got Big Slick, Ace King suited on the button. Raises it to 25.
Was there a raise before the flop?
Yeah, he raised to 25 with Big Slick suited. And yeah, it was Allen Cunningham in seat 6, but Cliff has moved over to seat 6 now, and I don't exactly know where Allen is right now, but for all those people that were wondering that it looked like Allen Cunningham's the back of his head, you guys were right. It was the back of his head.
Actually, that's not a good game. I said if it's a good game, they may cancel it. They may not come here, but it's not the game. 1, 2, 8, 9. They are 5. 1, 2, 8, 9. 1, 2, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. I'm saying it's not a good game.
Got an Ace 10 offsuit, Jack Queen offsuit, 6 7 offsuit.
50.
Mo has got King 2 suited, so he's got top pair here, and he's going to lead right out with it for $50. And he's going to take the pot down. So Jennifer, as a female player, well, first of all, how long have you been playing for poker for? I know you're 21, right?
I'm
Is that
21.
Right? Yep.
I just turned 21 last October.
Mm-hmm.
I've been playing for 3 years.
3 years. Even over the course of that 3 years, I mean, you must have seen an increase in the interest and the amount of players, female players playing in tournaments, and just every day that you prop here. I mean, you must have seen a great increase.
Yeah,
in
there
interest.
has been a great increase in women players.
Action or not action?
And actually, that they hold their own just like the guys do.
This guy had
And it's great to have them in the game.
play, I would have like.
Great for you to have them in the game.
Well, actually, usually I'm more intimidated by female players because I'm so used to playing with mostly guys that it's hard to know what the women are thinking.
Right. What's funny that there was a discussion online too yesterday about how poker is a man's game, and even though that there are still a lot of women players, I mean the majority of the best players still are men players, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So sometimes
I'm hoping over the next 10 years I'll be able to make my mark and change that.
Well, you're already on your way with that
This is
tournament win.
dive, you can say anything you want. Just
He's
not
got
bad
a gut shot straight draw here. Now King 9 has picked up top pair. And does Mike check it? Looks like Mike checked it
Looks like it
there.
was a check.
Maybe he was trying to induce
Now
a bluff
he's
there
bet.
on the turn.
And there's seat 5. There's nothing to call with.
No, he might have been trying to induce a bluff, but normally you're not going to do that with a weak kicker. Maybe he was afraid of his kicker. He had kicker problems, but he did check the turn, which might be a little bit unorthodox, Jennifer, with top pair there.
Yeah, I would have bet it out, tried to take down the paw, but maybe he thought his opponent was going to bet because we've seen this guy limp in with hands such as King 6 offsuit. So
Right.
maybe he thought he was going to bet and he was going to raise him right there.
Of course, the gentleman up there during a shift change is picking up the rake that the dealer drops in the boxes there, and then on the other side of the table there's a jackpot drop, which isn't used on this table, of course. And
Right.
during 8-hour shifts, the security guards come around and pick up the boxes of chips, and they're big burly guys because those boxes, I'm sure, can be very heavy.
Yeah.
Pocket queens for seat 4 here. Mike's got ladies.
170.
Makes it 170.
Now, like I had said, Jennifer, we'd seen Tony play here last week, and he's just very, very unpredictable, and sometimes I don't know what he's doing. Now he's going to cold call the re-raise with King 10, King Deuce suited. It's just, sometimes, you just wonder what's going through these guys' heads. Well,
It's missed him, and it's a good flop. Pocket queens. It's an
betting 300.
Someone doesn't want to go under the camera.
And Tony quickly folds.
Until 10 o'clock is optional. After 10 is no.
I gotta wonder what a player is thinking to call a raise with King Deuce suited.
How about to bring it in for a raise for 70 with King Deuce suited in the early position?
Right, I mean,
Mike's pretty proud of himself after winning the hand with 3-4 there, 2 pairs. Of course, when we talk about those players that can limp in with those types of hands, if you do hit two pairs, you can win someone's entire chip stack, which is what he pretty much did to seed 8 there. Live straddle, Jennifer adding a little bit of action to the game. Of course, a forced raise to $20.
Right.
Then you have the option when it comes back around.
that's a raise that is allowed in the no limit game, but they do not allow that in the limit game.
Well, actually,
they call it a blind raise.
Exactly. You can do the same thing, but they don't call it a live straddle. It's a blind raise, right?
It's a blind raise, which means the action doesn't come back to you.
Right. You don't have the option.
You don't have an option to re-raise.
And I'm not actually sure off the top of my head if that's the same rule everywhere, but that's the rule here.
Right.
Yeah. If someone were to try to live straddle in a limit game somewhere else, I don't know if they would have the option to come back around or not. Look at this, 4-9 C5's got 2 pairs here. And Mike has second pair with an overcard kicker, and you can't really give Tony a lot of credit for anything because he just plays kind of very, very loose and, unpredictable. So Mike's thinking maybe he has the best hand here, but I guess he doesn't think it's worth it and lays it down. And again, we saw him limp with 4-9 offsuit. What is he doing in with that hand anyways, Jennifer? 4-9 offsuit.
I could not tell you. Well, he was 4-9 offsuit. Was he in a blind on that hand?
No, he wasn't. He was actually under the gun that hand, making it even worse.
Even stranger.
Yep. And, to do a blind raise or a live straddle without an option in the limit game is really a really, really dumb move. I mean, to do it in no limit and then have the option to add some action. I mean, I don't do it, but it's not, it adds action to the game. And sometimes when the blinds are small, according to chip stacks,
right.
to certain chip stacks, it adds a lot of, a lot of movement in the game. But in a limit game where, your cards are very important to you and you don't have implied odds,
right.
and you're out of position, it's not suggested.
Right. And if you ended up with any significant hand, now you've got possibly 5 people behind you cold calling raises, and you don't have the option to re-raise if you pick up a good hand.
Now we got Ace-Jack, seat 7's picked up top pair. I see that Shirley Rosario has come into the booth probably just in time for the Omaha tournament. I don't know if she's going to get on microphone here for a few minutes or not, but if she doesn't, you can, of course, visit her website at www.poker-babes.com.
Poker-babes.
The original Poker Babe.
Bet 50.
Now we're looking at 6-7, 6-7, and Ace-Jack. Seat 7 is bet $50. And Tony's going to call with 6-7 here, Jennifer. And if he's called there, you'd think he's going to call all the way and see how much can Seat 7 bet here. Now look at this. I was going to say it's a value bet. Sometimes you wouldn't bet that much because you'd feel that maybe you wouldn't get called unless the guy has a 5. But this guy is almost playing so ridiculously loose and not taking into account odds and stuff that maybe he's going to get a call
and it
here.
Looks like he's actually considering calling.
And look at this. He's going to call. Not even a good kicker with the 6. He's going to make a call. And you just wonder.
He called.
And he looks kind of bewildered. Whoa, how can that guy have an ace? Well, you know.
Yeah, he did bet it all the way.
Yeah.
Probably betting it.
And he mugs his cards in disgust, but, you know. Usually C5 is the type of player that you like to see at the table. And like I said, we've seen this guy on the broadcast before, and hasn't really changed his playing style up much from last week.
With ace-jack betting there, he's got to think if I'm called, I'm beat.
Well, you know, it's tough to against a normal player. It's tough to make a bet like that,
Right.
Especially if you might run into kicker problems. But against that guy, you can make a value bet like that if you think he's calling down with second pair.
Yeah, it's a good bet against that guy.
Yeah, you know. It's like a raise to $45 from seat 7 here. Oh, excuse me, from seat 3. Seat 3's got a suited connector, 7-8 of spades. Mo's going to give him some action. He's got 8-10 offsuit, out of position. Mo actually has seat 3, who's Danny dominated his hand. And Mo's flops an open-ended straight here. And seat 3 is flopped a gut shot straight. And Mo bets right into it, $95. Pot's laying $150. Mo's betting $95 into a $150 pot.
Looks like he's going to get called.
It looks like, I don't know necessarily about a flat call here. If you want to make a move, why not raise? What's the purpose of a call here on the flop? Especially you don't have hearts, unless you want to make it look like you're on a heart draw. And move all in when a heart comes, and let's see what happens here with a scare card like this. No, I think Mo moves all in. Is that what it was? Mo is the one that moving all in. Whoa. What a gutsy move with 8-10 and a busted open-ended straight draw.
Right.
It doesn't have hearts.
He definitely sensed weakness.
Wow.
He shows it down.
a bluff.
You were not on the table. I told them until 10 o'clock. I'm going to bluff 3 times. The bluff is going to be more than 500.
500 or more.
It was more than 500. That was mistake.
Well, you know the thing though Mo doesn't know is that he actually had a better hand than C3 did.
Right.
You know,
2 more left.
And it is, you know, I got to give Mo credit for reading the guy because maybe he knows that guy raises on his flush draws because he didn't take any time to bet right in to that third heart that came on the turn there.
Yeah.
You know, if the guy was on a flush draw, the guy obviously would have called. But so as we talk about knowing your players and knowing how they play, if that guy always raises a flush draw, but for some reason he just called there and he doesn't know enough to mix up his play, well then Mo knows exactly where he's at.
You can go check in the computer.
Oh, I'm sorry. Accident exposed.
Ace Jack offsuit, seat 4.
This could be second one. Actually, bluff after bluff.
Seat
Nobody
6 and
believes that.
pair of 6s. Pair of 6s still in the lead here. Deuce 5, king flop. He mucks it.
Actually, she came here.
And Jennifer, that's going to be my last hand for now. I might pop in here if I break early in the tournament.
Which won't be happening.
No, that's not going to happen.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely not.
I'll see most of you guys all
So I'll probably see you
tomorrow
sometime
night.
at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. And Dave Tuckman's come into the booth here, and he's going to take over for me. It's a pleasure working with you, Jennifer, for the first time.
Oh, yeah, it was a pleasure. I hope to be invited back.
Each time is going to be more than $500.
And I'm going to hand it over to David right now.
Oh, right around there? Okay. Yeah, my cough and my ears.
Hello, everybody. How you doing here? This
Hey,
is,
David.
hey, Jen. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm great. I am absolutely fabulous. Just left a really juicy 10-20 game. Took out a couple $100. I'm in a good mood right now.
Oh.
And
Yeah, I actually did well myself today. So
Did you? That's good.
We're all in a good mood. Happy Friday.
what do we got here? You Let's Got Pocket Queens. And
Seed 8's
wow,
got pocket
this is,
10s.
this is a big hand here. Wow.
And 9's
Mo-
got aces.
Mo has got aces. Ulette's got queens. Who is in seat 8 here? Let me try to get these up.
Melissa.
Melissa's in seat. Oh, and I know her as well. She's got pocket tens. This is a monster. Wow. How is Mo going to play it? I'm curious. Mo's going to raise. So how's the game been the first hour?
It's been pretty good. We've seen some
Aggressive
questionable plays by a couple players, but a lot of action.
A lot of action. Well, that's good. That's the 500 game here. And you let calls. Another $100 and it looks like $150. Now she's got position on Mo, so see what happens here.
Oh.
And no help for
to
anybody. No, and it's not a great flop for Ulette. If a king or an ace had come out, it might have helped her a little bit. And wow, Melissa comes in with the tens. And she moves all in for about $200, it looks like. And Mo is just trying to think of how he's going to play this hand, whether he wants to raise or just call. And he just calls. 205. And Ulette's got to wonder, is her overpair good? This is a tough hand to get away from.
450 more.
You think you call?
With the queens there, I don't know. For all I know, somebody could have flopped a set of jacks.
Right, exactly. There's a lot of
aces
action
and
before
kings
that
beat
flop.
me.
A lot of action before that flop. You can't imagine somebody moving in with nines or tens, right?
If she raises here, I think Mo will instantly come over the top. She'll know she's beat. It'll cost her more money, but
yeah, it's tough. Though the only raise she can raise is really she's got to put in. It's $200. A real raise, we're looking at least $500.
Take out the 2 in.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mo raised. Oh no, she raised.
Ulette went all in. Wow. Seat 8 is already all in.
Okay.
Wow. And Mo is an action player. He's not about to throw away his pocket aces.
75.
475.
And no help there. The 7 of clubs.
Got to catch a queen.
Got to catch a queen or a 10, or Mo's going to take this big one home.
Heads up, yes, what, 300? Heads up, we play. That's the rule. They said it. Go ahead.
And a 2 of clubs.
Wow. No help for Ulette.
And that's just a tough flop to get away from for Ulette.
Good hand.
Thank you.
And Mo takes it home. Now Ulette's she's an excellent player, but I've got to question the. Mo is really strong before the flop, so you've got to put him on a real hand.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to come over the top with ace jack. And
I agree.
And when Melissa bets all in for $200 and Mo calls instantly, you got to think, okay, well, what kind of hands is Mo going to have? He's not going to call with an underpair, right?
Right, he's only going to call with a hand that has her beat, and
I can't put him on ace jack there because of the action pre-flop. So you got to put him on kings or aces. Sometimes you just got to, queens are the pretty hand, but sometimes you just got to face the facts and you're probably beat.
Right. Yeah.
Well, it's easy from our
perspective, exactly. It's a lot easier to say, I would have laid down my queens, but
I'm the best poker player in the world from this point. Nobody can beat me. When I can see
their
whole
I'm
cards,
the best poker player when I'm at the table.
Yeah, I'm not that good there.
We can order from the steakhouse tonight, or we can't?
And there's Tony in seat 5. He's a real great guy, action player. And there he is.
We've seen a lot of action out of him tonight.
Yeah, Tony's a great guy.
Like a couple weeks ago.
And we got pocket aces again. And this is Danny in seat 3. Picked up a couple of black aces. And Mo's going to give him some action with a king 8 of spades. And
he's probably going to bet out here. And Mo has nothing, so he's going to have to fold.
This is 500.
And he does. Yeah, Tony is a self-acclaimed.
He shows the aces.
Oh, you got aces? Yeah.
Tony's a self-acclaimed gambler. He will sit at the table and readily say, I'm here to gamble. I'm here to have a good time.
Sometimes it happens.
If I give you a bad beat, I didn't mean it. And that's his attitude, and he has a good time with it.
Small blind and a button.
And you can't blame anybody for that.
Oh, absolutely not. And usually you want those players at the table.
Oh, without a doubt, especially when they're as friendly as him.
Let me tell them. I'm going to tell them.
And Tony's got we had a live straddle there.
No.
It means when the action gets back to him, he'll have the option to raise.
Right. Basically, he's the last person to act now, and what he has to do is double the big blind bet. So this is a 5-10 game, so he puts in a blind $20 bet.
With 100.
Where's my floor, man? You don't need it. Him.
Thank you, sir.
And actually, seed 8 is now definitely not Melissa. Oh, no, it is. Not Melissa, no. That's
No,
clearly
no,
not.
that's not.
It's
That's Cliff. Cliff is moved from seat 2 to seat 8.
Right, it looks like a cliff.
There is. There is.
I think, did Bart go play in the Omaha High-Low
Yes.
tournament tonight?
So this is
Yes,
live.
he and
Oh.
Shirley went to play in the...
Oh, so he'll be back in a half hour or so.
Let's hope not.
Oh, I'm being optimistic. A half hour? I'm giving him a whole half hour. And Danny's picked up a couple of jacks in the small blind. And it's always interesting how you play those big pairs in the small blind because you're not going to have position. He's going to raise it up. He doesn't want to see any flop.
I agree with that play. I want to raise and just take it down right there.
It's interesting. If you've got a lot of chips, sometimes, especially in this game, sometimes you want to. I like to limp in with middle to even pocket jacks. I like to limp in with those and see if I can hit my set real cheap. Because if I can, unlike a limit game, I can get the other person's whole stack.
That's true.
Which is what I'm going for.
Bart and I are actually talking about that, and if you're in a crazy game and you can pretty much guarantee that somebody's going to raise behind you, then I would recommend a limp. But if you just limp and then you get 7-way action with your pocket pair, you're not looking so hot.
No, right. What I'm looking to do is I'm risking $10 with my pocket jacks, right?
Okay.
If I don't hit a set, I muck them. I don't even think about it. I muck it. It's an easy muck. I mean, hey, if there's no action, I can win a small pot. I'm not going to throw the hand away.
Right.
But I'm looking to hit a jack. And what I want somebody to do is I want to be against somebody who makes a hand, makes 2 pair. I hit my jack, and I win a $600 pot. I win a $1,000 pot.
Right.
For the cost of $10. I'm not risking much, and the reward is huge.
Right.
That's what you call implied odds. And when you're playing no limit hold'em, especially with an unlimited buy-in like this game, the implied odds can be huge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah.
I've actually never played the $500 game, so this is new for me. I usually play limit, almost exclusively limit, and then no low limit, the 100, and sometimes the 200. So.
Him.
Now,
We have one more. Thank you. One more we have. Thank you.
we've got a whole bunch of nothing on the flop there for anybody.
10 jack suited. Oh,
Oh, and still a bunch of nothing.
a bunch of nothing.
And this is going to be one of those, whoever bets gets it probably, right? So what do you do if you have pocket jacks? That's one of my always curious plays. In limit hold'em, if you get pocket jacks or pocket tens, something like that, in a small blind, do you let a limp in or do you like to raise it?
In the small blind, it depends on how many people are in. If the button raises and there's nobody else in the pot, I'd re-raise because the button's going to raise with anything. If it's just the small blind, the big blind in. But if it's
Nice
limped
bet.
around by about 5 people. With 10s, I just like to call on the small blind because you're not going to get anybody to fold with a raise in the small blind if 5 people have already limped.
Right. And there's a new player there in seat 2. We're just trying to figure out exactly what his name is. Made a nice bet with the king 9, took the pot in. I see what you mean, though. You want to see the flop for cheap.
Right.
Because everybody's going to call you anyway, right?
Exactly.
Okay. I got you.
With aces or kings, maybe I'll put in a value raise.
Oh, I apologize. That's actually Tony in seat 2. He's moved over.
Yeah.
Okay, so we still have Yulette in seat 1, Tony in seat 2,
And we're trying to get the range of everybody else. I see Mo and I see Paul.
Paul
coming in.
is coming in.
In seat 6.
To seat 6.
35.
We have Ali in seat 5.
Cliff
Cliff
in
in
seat
seat
9.
9. Mo is in seat 9. Cliff is in seat 8.
Yes, thank you. It's amazing I won today. I can't even figure out the numbers today. Wow. The poker gods were shining on me, I guess.
Check.
And Tony's got
I can do this if I
top pair. He hit his ace.
Soft.
Mo hit middle pair. And Ouellette's just got,
30, 45.
well. And Mo's going to take one off. Mo likes to do that
Seat
sometimes.
6 is Paul.
Seat 6 is Paul, yes.
Who is hiding
And look at
under
that. Look at that. Mo likes to do this sometimes. He'll call with second pair to see if he can spike a second pair or spike a trips. And sure enough, he spiked his second pair on the turn. And he's going to see if he can get a lot of it. And
Oh.
wow.
Now seat 2 spiked their second pair.
And Tony, how hard is Tony going to push this one? How far is Tony going to push it? And he's definitely going to raise. And it looks like $200 raise. Those purple chips are $25. And Mo's put the test here. What's he going to do? He's got 2 pair.
It goes off at 10 o'clock, right?
2 more, yes. 200
The danger of sometimes staying in there with the bottom, well, not bottom 2, but the middle pair and then catching your bottom pair. Sometimes you try to trap somebody and you get trapped yourself.
Exactly. Well, he could have already been beaten. I mean,
500.
Oh, without a doubt.
seat 2 could have had an
6-8.
ace 5,
Oh.
and he's already.
Number of hands that Tony can
Yeah.
have. Especially Tony's a relatively loose player. It's hard to put him on a hand. I mean, he could have 4-5, he could have 7-5, 6-8, and
Mo
Mo
lays it
lays it
down.
down. Mo's very adept at reading other players, and it's the reason he mixes it up in a lot of pots. He thinks he can outplay people after the flop hits.
We're going to keep this at the main table.
Hey, so where are you from, man?
I
there, but
am
it's
been born and raised in California.
Really?
Los Angeles. You native Californian.
Wow.
Yeah.
How long have you been playing poker?
3 years.
3
I actually
years.
just had this conversation with Bart. That I
Did you?
started,
Okay, I don't wanna
no,
bore
no,
everybody then
No,
with
yeah.
I mean, I don't
It
know
was
the
boring the
information,
first
but
time.
I don't want everybody else to get it.
No. Yeah, I started playing when I was 18. I'm 21 now. And just started propping at the bike 3 months ago. And that's
Wow.
when I ran into David here.
That's great. And we got ace, queen of clubs.
In seat 3.
Under the gun, and he's going to raise it right up. I got to be honest, in a limit game, I like that play because you can limit your field. But in no limit, I'm not as big a fan of raising at early position with ace-queen. Unless, of course,
He has picked up a monster here.
right, unless, of course, you know that flop's going to come out like that.
Exactly. That is pretty much the best flop he could have hoped for.
Yeah,
He's got the nut flush draw, top pair, and top kicker.
Yeah, and Tony has tried to bluff at it with nothing. You have to give him a little credit for bluffing at it. And
Little
Mike
does
is
he
gonna-
know.
Mike's going to join us again in seat 4. Mike was an action player. And Tony is still there. Now, it's funny. I'm curious of the play. I think Tony bet, and the player in seat 3 raised him. And instead of acknowledging that his bluff was caught and just throwing it away, Tony still calls. He's a little
Right.
stubborn in that way.
I think he still wanted to give himself a chance to pick up the pawn on the turn, but now he has absolutely no
What do
chance.
you mean?
Yeah, that's
Just
just
seat 3, his top 2
He
pair.
lost it.
He's not going anywhere.
Tony can't call
Tony
this.
has no choice but to lay it down here.
Yeah, I flopped it straight. She got lucky. She should have lost.
he's got no pair, no draw.
Yeah, she rivered me.
He's actually drawing dead,
Completely dead.
completely dead.
Flop game 8, 10.
Valiant effort there, Tony.
Flopped it straight.
I think he could have dealt out the river a couple times there. He still would have been drawing pretty dead.
Pretty much, yeah.
What'd you get her with?
I didn't see that.
Now it's interesting. Seat 3 chose to raise right away, right on the flop.
I thought raising.
Um, and Tony is he's a bluffer. He'll try, and sometimes he'll keep trying. And sometimes you might want to.
Yeah, against a player
check
like
and
Tony,
call.
I think I might have just called there,
Yeah.
have him bluff him to me again on the turn, which he's most likely going to do.
Of course he's going to do it. And then hey, you can even just call again on the turn.
Again, I couldn't raise.
Yeah.
You might even get Tony to fire 3 shots.
I called her, she pushed out.
Oh, no kidding.
And Mo was telling Mike about the aces over the queens over the tens.
I got it wrong.
That's the danger in this big games. You know, if you're playing a limit game and you have pocket kings or pocket queens and you run into, 2 aces, you're only going to lose a certain number of bets. But in a no-limit game, you can lose your whole stack right away, which is dangerous and can be scary. It's not a game for the faint-hearted. Got a diamond flop here.
See, 2 has a diamond draw.
And
9 of hearts, no help.
And Paul's got a... And you know what? I like the bet by Tony. I really like the bet. He checked it around the first time. Nobody bet. And now he said, okay, I'll fire at it.
Right.
And not only did he not have the best hand, he had the worst hand out of the 3. But he took down the pot. And sometimes in no limit, it's the best way to do it is just, if you bet, you're going to win.
Right, and he did have a draw there, and he probably figured if his draw hit, it was good.
Not the last time I had pocket kings and you called my range for the flop with 8-6. No, you flopped nothing. You went all in with nothing but a flush draw.
That's a little more.
But it's okay. Every time I bring it in, every time I bring it in for 75, you're welcome to call me with Jack 10. Every time, Mike.
Actually, we've got a great promotion going on right now. If you play in this game, this is a $500 buy-in no-limit game, and you accumulate just 75 hours over a 3-month period, you're talking about pretty much 5 hours a week, 6 hours a week, you will get the Bicycle Casino is actually putting up a free Legends of Poker seat, $5,000 seat. And it's a free roll tournament, pretty much. And it's May 3rd, so if you can accumulate 75 hours between started February 1st through May 2nd, and the tournament is May 3rd, you will have a chance at millions. And this is one of those.
Now seat 2 has a pair with the flush draw.
Yeah, Tony and Cliff both have a 6. Tony's got the flush draw, and he's going to fire at it.
That shows you the respect I get. I open for a $75 raise, get instantly called
Seat
by
8 lays
Queen
it down.
And wow.
Pocket deuces calls there.
Yeah, he thinks, he thinks maybe my hand's the best, or maybe he can bluff that. But no, he didn't try to bluff.
I wanted one car.
80.
Just not you.
And it's funny, I actually love the bet by Tony on the turn, trying to pick the pot up right there. But I'm not a big fan of it on the river.
Because if the guy calls, he could have a 10. Well, just a smooth call there, he could have a 10.
Right, there's no value in the bet, right?
Right. He's only going to call if he has you beat.
Exactly. And if he called him on the turn with a 10 or an ace, he's certainly going to call on the river.
Right.
Well, that's good.
Ace-6, I flopped the nut flush draw.
But I love the bet on the turn, I will say that. So they're actually giving away a seat May 3rd to the free roll, and probably about 30 people in the tournament. And then they're going to give away another seat, I believe, if you can accumulate 75 hours between May, June, and July. I think like August 3rd, they're going to have another one.
Oh, okay.
And the casino's giving away 2 seats to players of a $500 buy-in no-limit game.
With the big Legends of Poker tournament, that is in August. Right.
Oh, huge. Doyle Brunson won the big one last year. He won over $1 million.
Yeah.
Oh, we could see these 2 players have some history together.
It's great to see him win it,
Right.
All these young guns and all these new faces, and then, you get the legends to win the legends. And Mike's flopped second pair, and he's going to fire right away.
And Tony is going...
Tony's going to call. Well, Mike... Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I was just trying to see that it's a little hard for us to see the chips sometimes. I was just trying to see if it was a call or a raise.
It's about a $60 bet on each one of them. There's another 10 out there.
He fires again.
He fires
5.
again, and Mike is a really aggressive player. The bald fella, the one without hair in seat 4.
Yeah.
He's a really aggressive player, and if he has any piece of a pot, he's going to fire. And if he senses weakness, he's going to fire. And the only way to play with a guy like that is to not call him, but to raise him.
Raise.
Because you got to slow him down. And sure enough, if Tony had raised, he would have won the pot because.
Right, because all he had was
second pair.
Right.
Hello, Tony.
But Mike picks up a lot of small pots like that because he's just aggressive.
I was just trying to see who's the new player in seat 1.
Seat 1, Leland.
Leland. Okay.
Not quite as good looking as Ulet, but hey, he's probably a good poker player.
We will see.
Questionable call at the pocket deuces already, but hey,
yeah.
I like to give people credit before I get on him too much.
Yeah, maybe he's just getting warmed up.
Exactly.
Yeah, we have to play this game. There's no drop.
And Tony's going to call. He limps in.
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah. Tony's never seen 2 cards he doesn't like. And we're going to see a pot 4-handed here.
10 minutes ago.
Okay. That's what I've had.
3 9s are out already.
It's okay.
Not surprisingly, a 9 didn't fall.
He checks you, Tony.
And Tony's going to fire at it. He's got top pair. And he takes it down. And that's the thing with Tony. He'll fire pretty much whenever. So it's hard to put him on a hand because he could have anything.
He could have any. He bets when he doesn't have anything. He bets when he has a good hand. So
without a doubt. Can you tell what Mo's eating there? Looks good. I see strawberries or something.
it looks like a fruit platter. Actually, it looks like there's some grapes there.
Grapes. I am absolutely starving. So
there we go. Yeah, let's get a good shot of that.
Yeah, that's
strawberries,
nice.
bananas.
Okay, that's a little too close. And we got a straddle. Cliff straddles, and of course you get a call from Tony and a call from Mike. Anytime you get Tony and Mo and Mike in the same game, there's going to be action. Flop is 7-5-3. You got a couple of gut shots there for a couple of people, but nobody's got a pair.
Seat 4 bet out with king high.
And he's going to take it down. That's Mike. And I played with Mike before, and his only weakness is that's actually a great strength of his because he can pick up a lot of small pots. That I was talking to Bart about it last night in No Limit Hold'em. It's so often nobody has any piece of it. And it's whoever bets gets it.
Right.
Especially in a 500 game where the chips are really, the money's pretty deep. And Mike's great at picking up those pots that nobody else wants. The only problem with Mike is that sometimes he'll continually fire into what you might call a dead end and commit poker suicide.
Where somebody's already have him beat.
Exactly. I mean, I'll routinely if I've got a winning hand versus Mike, I'll let him take control of the hand, and he'll bluff 3 times at it.
Wow. Yeah.
And he'll bluff off $300. But he's one of those players that he's not scared of losing the money, so it just chips to him, and it's just fun for him. So those are dangerous players.
Yeah, absolutely. Those are the players that I'm scared to have at my limit games, but then again, if they're not there, I'm never going to make any money.
Exactly.
So it's a catch-22 for me.
Right. Now you play. What do you play predominantly?
I predominantly play 6 and 8 Hold'em.
6 and 8 Hold'em. They got that great promotion now. What is the $100,000 jackpot?
$100,000 jackpots for 6 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's between 11 and 2 in the morning and 5 p.m. and 8 p.m. So
$100,000 jackpot?
Yeah.
And what do you need to do to qualify for that?
You need aces full of 10s beaten by a 4 of a kind. Both your whole cards must play. And actually, since we started running it at the beginning of the year, the 100,000 has been hit, I believe, 3 times already.
Ollie's going to take it down. He's got ace king, got big slick, and nobody calls his race. We've hit it how many times?
I believe we've hit the 100,000 3 times already.
Have you gotten a piece?
I have never gotten a piece of any jackpot table share or anything.
Oh,
and it's odd because actually among the props, we play so much, but you'd be surprised that we don't hit the jackpot as frequently as you might think.
Yeah. No, I've actually never hit one myself. I've been at one table share. It was kind of funny. I was dating a girl at the time, and she's only played maybe a couple hours, and sure enough, she gets ace 8. Flop comes out 3 aces.
Wow.
And somebody had pocket 10s. The turn in the river brought low cards, and she won like $800. She
instantly.
She thought she was.
Yeah, I know about a couple of props who started in their first week. They hit 2 jackpots, and I have I've never hit one ever.
Well,
So it's just the luck of the draw.
right, I know the no-limit jackpot's at $100,000, and I'm saving it for that one.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of action this weekend with the tournaments going on.
Oh.
Last night, I think we had at least 20 no-limit tables.
You got a 10-9-5 rainbow flop. Tony's got an open-ended straight, and I like the bet here.
40.
He's going to come out and semi-bluff the hand. And Paul lays down bottom pair. Leland lays it down, and Tony takes it down. I love that bet.
Tony.
He's not. It's one of those bets where if he gets a call, he doesn't mind it. If he doesn't get a call, he doesn't mind it.
Right.
And Tony's another player. He's actually. I've played limit hold'em with him and no limit hold'em with him. And limit, his weaknesses of playing too many hands really can hurt him. But in no limit, sometimes he'll walk away a big winner because he's fearless.
Right.
He doesn't care about the money, he doesn't care about the chips, and he's there to have a good time. And
Yeah, and limit, that strategy can really hurt you a lot. I mean, you can play so many more hands in no limit.
without a doubt.
Yeah, you want to set up, Tim?
Seat 4 has picked up aces.
Pot's been raised to 80.
Aces, wow. And Cliff calls the 80 with 5-6 suited.
Yeah.
It's an interesting play. There was a live straddle, actually, and Mike was a live straddle, and his pocket ace is the live straddle.
Wow, that's exactly what you want to have.
Exactly, and Cliff tried to steal it with a 5-6 of hearts, and Mike is going to slow play it. Very unlike Mike. And sure enough, the bluff works. I mean, the slow play works, right? Inducing the bluff from Cliff. And how's Mike going to play this? And he's going to raise him right back. And I don't think Cliff can call. So that's what Mike looks like when he has a big hand.
Now he's going to pretend he's thinking about it here. But we know there's no chance that he's going to call.
Well, yeah, the only play there is if he really thinks he's on it. If he thinks Mike's on a bluff, he can always move all in. But that's a real risky play. I like the live straddle, gets the pocket aces, and I like just a smooth call.
Yeah, that's a great hand to pick up.
In
the live straddle.
Hey, if you could just plan it that way every time, it'd be great.
Oh yeah.
But I like the smooth call because he had what he wanted. He had one opponent, and there was no need to play it hard and fast. He checked it even, even checked it twice. And, waited until Cliff got a little anxious, and sure enough, Cliff bluffed at it. You can't blame Cliff for bluffing at it, though. And there's Greg. Mixing those cards up. Very good deal.
We have a couple players missing in action.
Thank you, Mike.
Oh, here comes Paul.
Can I have a Starbucks with 8 creams and 8 sugars, please?
And Paul's just ordered an ice cream. Sounds good. Make that 2.
Yeah.
Pot's been raised to 40.
Thank you, Greg. Appreciate that. That's Cliff raising it to 40.
Always on my blind, man.
And Tony's going to call on the button. And Mike's going to call, of course, in the big blind.
3 players.
He doesn't like to throw away hands away. 6-4. And look at that. Mike calls out of the big blind and hits 6-4. Hits his 2 pair.
25. 50.
8 creams is half a gallon.
Heads up.
And Tony's got a gut shot.
Can't live by caffeine alone.
75.
It's the only place I have it.
And Tony's going to call for the gut shot.
Less than 10 candy bars in the whole land.
Now, he's clearly not getting the odds to call for it, but he's an action player and he wants to gamble.
And he gets it.
Wow.
Wow.
Will Mike pay him off is the question.
A seat 2, he actually, if a 3 hit, he actually had the bottom straight.
Yes.
So
he didn't have. I'm sorry, he had an open-ended.
He
I
had an
apologize.
open-ended straight, 8 cards.
Thank you. See?
And he just happened to hit one of them.
And he pays him off.
How do you call the whole way with that? What are you doing?
And Mike's wondering the same thing we're wondering. How do you call the whole way with that? But that's Tony. He's here to have a good time and doesn't really care.
Well, Mike was in the big blind and it was raised. He had 4-6 on suit. I don't particularly like his call in the big blind anyway. I mean, you're looking to get into a bad situation with that hand.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. He.
You gotta smile for the camera when you do that, man.
Sometimes you.
Getting a little tricky can catch up with you.
Totally. Well, you saw Mo before. He called it with the middle pair. He catches his second pair and then loses to Tony again when Tony catches his second pair. Sometimes one mistake leads to another mistake, which leads to another mistake. Got a limp in. And we're going to see a hand three-handed. We got Ali, Mike, and Tony in the hands. 8-7-4 with a couple of clubs. And everybody checked around there.
Oh, Queen 3.
He's not in the pot.
He's not in the pot.
Had TJ stayed in there, he would have won with Queen 3, but he didn't. And Ace High is going to win. Ace High is going to take it down. Actually, Ace 6 is going to take it down to 6 plays. And Ollie's laughing as he takes the money in.
We haven't hardly had a pie yet.
I need your pie.
So this is your first day in the booth, huh?
This is my first day in the booth.
Are you enjoying it?
I am enjoying it. I'm just hoping I'm doing all right.
Well, I think
I think
you're
maybe
wonderful.
thank you. Maybe by my 5th time I'll have it down like you and Bart, surely.
Now you do play some no limit in 200, right? 100?
I do. I play the 100 and the 200. I've actually played both of those games for about 6 hours over the last 2 days.
Mike raises to 50 on the button. And he raises it with a king-queen offsuit. He gets a couple of callers here. I think Ollie calls with pocket 7s.
And then we have an ace-jack in seat 1.
And an ace-4 of spades. And it's a $200 pot already, so we got a pretty good pot. Leland's in there with ace-jack. He's actually got the best hand right now, and he
flopped his...
And he flops his jack. He flops top pair.
And seat 4 has flopped an open-ended straight draw.
Exactly. And Leland's going to push hard. Well, actually, that's not that hard.
Pot's been raised to 350.
And Mike's going to push right back. Leland bought in for the minimum in this game, and I don't like to make assumptions, but generally speaking, when people buy in for the minimum in the game, it's because they're a little scared.
Right.
And scared money is generally dead money.
I would agree with you completely.
And Leland, he has top pair. He's got top kicker. There's a lot of straights and flushes out there, which you could probably put Mike on one of those things, whether he has a spade draw, or maybe he's got a 9, or even king-queen. And wow. And Leland's gonna call him.
He's gonna go all in here.
And it's an easy call for Mike.
Right,
he's pot committed now.
Exactly. Which is the problem with only buying in for $500 when you have people who have bought in for $2,000 or $3,000 on this table.
Exactly.
You don't have any money to protect your hand.
And Cliff would have made the nut flush had he called. Mike pushed Cliff out of the pot. He might have actually protected Leland's hand there. And no, 9. Oh, no, it's an 8.
No,
I'm
it's
sorry.
an 8. And
Jack.
Leland's going to double up. And Leland should probably put Mike on his Christmas list. He's just saving the pot.
Yeah, I agree.
Because for $100, I almost guarantee you Cliff's going to call that with the nut flush draw.
Yeah.
But that's the problem in no limit when you call with like ace 4 of spades. It's the problem is so often you do flop a draw, and then what do you do when somebody bets that much?
Exactly. It's a hard situation to put yourself in.
Right. In limit, they can't. It's hard. You can't really bet somebody out of that
Right. No, there's no way you're betting anybody out of an ace high flush draw
in a limit game.
on
But
a
in-
limit game.
But in no limit, I mean, and Cliff correctly threw his hand away. He was not getting the odds to call for the nut flush draw, even though he hit it. Sometimes you've got to realize that the results don't necessarily mean anything. You've got to
Right.
still play the right way.
And if somebody comes over the top there, like Mike did, he's got to think, well, a couple of my spades are dead. Maybe somebody has a set, and if they hit,
Without a doubt.
somebody's got a full house.
And in the end, he all he had at that point was ace high, and what's he going to hit? He knows he's got to catch something. And he's only got at best
And he-
9 outs.
Right, and he wasn't that invested in the pot.
No, yeah, he'd only put $50 in, so 200. Yeah, he clearly wasn't getting the odds there. A rather an uneventful pot. Mike takes in with middle pair again. One thing with Mike is even when he gets knocked on his ass, he just gets up and he keeps punching. That was bicycle casino water that Mike was drinking. We actually have the Bell Gardens Lake out back that we get it straight from. It's really delicious.
It's filled with rainwater.
Yes. Well, plenty of rain
We
out
sell
in
it
LA
to all
this
of
year.
you for $1 a bottle.
Plenty of rain out here in LA now. Do you know we actually got more rain this year than Seattle?
Wow, that's a lot of rain.
Is that amazing?
I was actually hearing the other day that we were about to hit a Los Angeles record.
Oh, I'm sure. We haven't had this much rain since the 1800s. It's crazy.
I wouldn't go that far. The
No, that's what I
1800s?
said.
Really?
We seriously have not had rainfall this much since the 19th century.
Wow.
Those of you who don't realize that the 19th century is actually the 1800s.
Yeah, I think we got
20th
that
century
covered.
is the 1900s and so forth. We're in the 21st century now.
Big blind too.
Glad you cleared that up for us there,
That's what
David.
I'm here for.
All right, yeah, I know.
And give him 15.
And Tony limps in.
Ask him how much he wants.
We wouldn't have it any other way.
Of course. And Leland's going to tap the table, and we're going to see a flop.
6 players in for $10.
Six-handed, $60 pot right now.
Okay, he's gonna.
And we've got a 2, 3, 4, all hearts. And Tony's got middle pair. And Ollie's flopped the straight.
Yes.
150.
But he can't be that comfortable with it with all
those,
hearts out there.
With those 3 hearts out there.
Okay.
Because Tony has
All right.
Eh?
middle pair.
I like the strong bet there by Ollie.
Thanks, sir.
He knew his hand was very vulnerable and wanted to take it out right then and there.
Credit to Tony for laying it down.
Yeah.
He had the queen high flush draw with middle pair, and we've seen him play a lot of hands.
No, that was actually a surprising laydown, a smart laydown, because he doesn't know where Ollie's at. Ollie could be betting with an ace-5 and the ace of hearts, who knows?
Right.
And he could be drawing dead.
Big blind.
So how did you fall into poker? Did you go through this already with Bart?
No, I haven't.
Oh,
I did
good.
not go through this already with Bart. Actually, I had a couple of friends who I went to high school with.
And we got a chop pot, no big deal.
on the internet must be out.
Go ahead.
They play poker, and they introduced me to it. And actually, when I was 18, we would take frequent trips out to Morongo for like 12 hours at a time.
Don't you have to be
And,
21 to play there?
No, 18.
18, okay.
And I started playing 2-4 Hold'em.
Yeah, I guess Morongo's okay if you can deal with that awful desert heat. Ugh.
Well, you're inside, David.
Well, I know, but you got to drive there, though.
Yeah, at about like 9 o'clock at night. But you're right. It has extreme heat and extreme cold.
Oh.
It's
That's why it's all
I was there in
it's a nice
September.
place to visit, but I wouldn't want to live
Oh.
there.
the other day.
But that's kind of cool. Okay, so you take frequent trips there, and that's where you
That's where I started.
Right now, I
paid your dues
like I said,
and
just
learned the
right
game,
now,
huh?
it'll come.
Right, and also at a frequent home game where we played pot limit. For $100 buy-in is where I learned to play all the games. Yeah, that's one of those games you only have to go broke so many times before you pick it up.
Well, Pot Limit is not a game for beginners. It's surprising. I mean, for somebody who's just starting out.
Right.
Tony, you're first.
We've got a couple of people with middle pair there. Got Tony with middle pair.
25.
And he's going to call. And sheet 7 is Robert.
25.
I haven't seen Robert play very many hands, so...
He's a new player here.
Oh, is he? Okay.
No, new player in the game.
50.
And Tony comes right out and bets. You know what? I like that bet. That is a great bet by Tony. Yeah, it's funny. We don't give Tony very much credit, but that's a really great bet. He figured that if the guy had a queen, which he's got to put him on a queen when he bets it, he figured the ace might be a scare card, and certainly the heart's a scare card. So the ace of hearts has got to be the ultimate scare card.
Right.
And he was right.
You guys knew Patrick.
And it turned out that Robert only had a jack, but had he had a queen and not a heart, he might have gotten him to lay down anyway.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's what I call earned money. I mean, Tony just earned that money, which is nice.
Yeah.
As opposed to just getting lucky.
Yeah, right.
I mean, any schmo can get lucky, but when you earn money, that's a good thing, especially in no limit.
Pot's been raised
And Mike's going to raise it up in the small blind.
to 60 total bet.
With pocket kings.
Ooh, he's got 2 black kings.
Heads up.
Heads up between
Mike and pocket sixes.
Paul with pocket 4s, actually.
Pocket fours, I'm sorry.
And he flopped an open-ended straight draw there. How's he going to play it here? Does he put him on? What's an interesting thing here? It's a ragged flop, and if you put him on an overpair, obviously you're in bad shape. But if you put him on ace king, you got to like your 4s here. Oh wow! And then he hit his joker. And he hits his joker. He can't possibly.
Mike's betting into him.
How's Paul going to play this? Look at Paul. He's thinking about it. He's mulling it over.
500.
And look at him. He bets it like. I think it's a little bit too strong a bet, but you never know.
Well, I like it because he doesn't have the nut straight here. I mean, he's got a...
Right. And there is a flush draw out there. He doesn't know if maybe... Wow.
Maybe 3 1/4.
All right.
Queen of hearts
And
comes
this is
on the
a
river.
tough-
That doesn't scare
Yeah, this
anybody.
is a tough hand for Mike to get away from. And I can't blame him. I mean, even though to players at home, it seems obvious. It looks like 5, 6, 7, 3 out there. Of course the guy's got a 4, right?
Right.
But you've got to understand that this is a big stakes game. And Mike raised it before the flop. And it's tough to put somebody on a 4.
Yeah.
You know, you put people on pairs, high pairs. You put people on ace king. You put people on... And those are hands you can get away from. I mean, had the flop come out 8, 9, 10, and then a queen come out, it's easier to put somebody on a jack in that case.
Yeah, right.
Than in this case to put somebody on a 4. Especially
And
Paul.
Paul, I was just going to say, especially for Paul, who we know to be a solid player.
Yeah. Well, we'll just call him Suck Out Paul now. I was actually playing stud high low earlier with Paul. And he donated a couple $100 there, but he seems to be doing okay now, so I don't feel any sympathy for him. Stud High Low, by the way, is a game that is pretty exclusive to the Bicycle Casino. We spread 2 or 3 20-40 games here regularly, and that's Stud High Low, which is an 8 or better qualifier for the low hand.
Yeah,
It's a really good game, low rake and juicy.
Perfect.
I love the game. I don't play the 2040, but I've played it, pot limit.
Pot limit, really?
I've played pot limit.
As long as you're in.
I've never played Stud High Low Pot Limit. That must be interesting.
It is interesting, especially with I love it. At the home game that I learned how to play poker at, that's where we played. Yeah.
I think it's where most people learn how to play it first. Their roots are all from the home games.
Yeah.
You know?
I have 6 players in for 50.
Wow, 6 players in. We got a $300 pot pre-flop, and nobody's got that good a hand. And we got a Queen 7-9 with a couple of clubs. You've got Cliff and Seed 8 flop the flush draw.
They program them in.
And Mike has flopped top pair, and he's going to push hard. He's had enough of people sucking out on him. He's going to bet 250 right away. And this is the
That's
question.
funny. Paul actually had pocket fours. He just laid it down.
Right. And Cliff, you know, I give a little credit for Cliff. He's consistent. He threw away one flush draw, and even though he saw it happen, he throws away another flush draw. Some people, if they throw away a flush draw and then they see it hit, are influenced by that, and the next time they can't throw it away.
Yeah.
But he threw it away again, which is a good laydown. Although, yeah, it's a good laydown. The pot was $300, and he bet $250.
I believe it's a good laydown. He only had a 6-high flush draw anyway.
Right. Well, I'm trying to think. It was you'd have to call $250 to win $550, and that's not enough odds. You got to get paid at least 3-1, and if you don't hit it on the turn, then what happens on the river? Because I mean, if you don't hit it on the flop, right on the
turn,
you know that
you're
Mike's
facing another bet.
Exactly, and you're not going to get the odds for sure. So it's a good laydown by Cliff.
Check.
I just want to remind you all, I'm David Tuckman and
Jennifer Bankston,
and we are live at the Bicycle Casino, and this is a live webcast.
For the 500 no limit game.
It's got 5-10 blinds.
Minimum $500 buy-in, no maximum on this game.
I've seen people buy in for $30,000-$40,000. Seems like the traditional. Most people seem to buy in for about $1,000 or $1,200. And seat 3, somewhat loose. I'm not sure who he is. Is that
5 players in at $60.
Well, he raised at $60 with ace-6 offsuit. That's a hand I don't even like to limp in with.
Yes, sir.
No.
But hey. And that's a flop that hit nobody. This is one of those, whoever bets hard is probably going to win the pot. And it's a pretty good size pot at that. Well, now...
it was checked around.
Right, Ollie's got top pair now. And the pre-flop better is going to fire at it, but he might have waited a little too long.
Heads up for 200.
Actually, I'm amazed. I take that back. Ollie actually bet $200 on the turn there, and the pre-flop raiser called him with ace-6 offsuit. What was he hoping for?
An ace, apparently, but...
Wow, I mean, that's just $200 bet.
But that's a situation where he raised before the flop. If he makes a sizable bet on the flop, he has a very good chance of taking down the pot right there, and he just waited too long.
If he bets, well, he's the pre-flop raiser, so everybody's going to give him credit for a real hand.
Right. So if
nobody else had an 8 or a 3, he's definitely going to take it down. And then he just calls on the turn. I'm not sure how you can call a $200 bet. Well, there's no other way to say it. That's an awful play. I mean, I would have liked to play better had he raised.
Right. If you raise or you bet, but you've got to know you beat if you're just calling.
Well, he's got ace high. Not even a good kicker.
4 players.
Yeah, we can pretty much sum that up to a horrible play. It's a hand he shouldn't have been in with. He certainly shouldn't have raised before the flop.
Right, exactly.
And then he didn't follow through on the flop.
Mike's flopped. Oh, look at this. Leland's flopped 2 pair.
But
Leland's. Oh, this is a tough pot. Cliff's flopped top 2. Leland's flopped top and bottom, and Mike is flopped an open-ended.
we're going to see a lot of action on this.
Oh, yes, we will. You got a bet and a couple of calls. Leland's a little bit passive, so he's not the type of player to raise. Although I would have played it a little bit harder because there are flush and straight draws out there.
3 of clubs, no
help to
damage
anybody.
or help to anyone.
And this is dangerous. Cliff has got to figure out how he wants to play. He still has top 2. He's got to realize that people are definitely drawing against him here. And there are hearts out there. There's 9-10. It's a scary flop for 2 pair even. And he's going to push
goes
hard.
all in.
I like the play. He's not that deep. He's only got about, counting it there, it looks like maybe $600 or so.
And this is going to be hard for Leland to get away from.
Call.
Leland, and you know what? That's a great play. He gets the one hand that really can beat him, which is the queen jack. He gets it out. Good play by Cliff.
He's all in.
And
wow,
he would have hit it.
He would have hit his straight.
And that's just Cliff just saved himself a hole, and Mike is just he's going to go stick his head in a toilet or something. He's just nothing's going his way tonight.
But the king was a back card for me. Oh, it wasn't. I'm glad I bet big then.
Yeah.
He actually said he had Queen Jack of Hearts. He didn't have Queen Jack of Hearts. I think there's no way he would have laid Queen Jack of Hearts down. He
But
had
he-
Queen Jack offsuit.
But he did have the Queen of Hearts, but you're right, yeah.
One light on this.
And Leland, that's just one of those hands where, he got
He got his hand stuck in the cookie jar. Ace 9 offsuit is not a great hand to be playing.
It's tough though. It's funny, in No Limit, sometimes I do like to dangle around in pots with small aces, only to see if I can get 2 pair. Because I know if you've got Ace King, and the ace comes out, and I hit my second pair, and it comes, flop comes out Ace 5-3, and I've got Ace 5, I very well might get all your chips if you've got Ace King.
That's true.
And 2 pair is tough to get away from, especially on that turn, because you could put Cliff on a move. You think maybe he's got a flush draw or straight draw, an ace with something.
Yeah, Leland just got unlucky. He saw the flop, and there's no way he's getting away from that.
I mean, there are a lot of hands that Cliff could have been pushing with. He could have been pushing with Ace King or Ace Queen or Ace Jack also.
Right.
And Leland just I was saying last night, sometimes you just gotta just chalk it up to that sucks.
Yeah,
and you move on. And I've seen Mike. Mike's a fairly successful player. His aggressive style works, but tonight it seems like he's getting sucked out by people. If it's not Tony, it's somebody else, and seems not to work here and there.
That cost me a pretty penny too.
25.
I almost should have called too, since he called and get 3-1.
Yeah.
He's actually right in that case. I'm not sure if the pot was laying him that much odds, but if he's calling 600 to win about 2,000, it's not that bad a call. Although with only one card to come, I think you probably got to get probably about 4-1 to make it a reasonable call.
I'm sorry.
Especially because you're not sure if somebody's on a heart draw and you might lose anyway.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah. You hate to go for that straight when somebody can get a flush and beat you anyway.
Right. But had he had the Queen Jack of Hearts, there's no way he would have gotten away from that.
No, I don't think so. But Mike is one of those. He's one of those guys that I think next time he'll call it.
He'll be devastated by the results of his of not calling, and
that's the danger with it. Sometimes you've almost got to decide to either always call it or always never call it, because if you start playing the guessing game and start, well, then sometimes you're going to hit it and sometimes you're not going to hit it. But you might hit it when you're not in there and then not hit it when you're in there.
Right.
I guess you always have the lucky.
You have to look at each situation separately.
Without a doubt. Yes.
Big blind here.
And some of you don't know, you see the glass box over seat 9. That's actually, those are Moe's chips, and he's letting somebody play over him, which is something that we occasionally let happen here at the Bicycle Casino in the big games. And Moe is the host of the 500 game, and he likes to let the customers play. So he'll step out and let a customer take his spot for a little while. Not actually play his chips, but play his spot. And that's a terrible flop for queens. He doesn't realize that he's still in good shape, but and the best hand is gone. I like to bet by Leland. He represents the ace here.
And he's got to bet again.
And he did.
He did
Oh, he did. I apologize.
He did bet.
Did bet. And I hate going for straights when there's a pair on the board, but Tony's not deterred.
And no.
Doesn't hit. You check, and that's the end of it. Leland's going to take the pot down with a 6. And
sixes, aces and sixes.
Lem in seat 3 is going to be sick.
Yeah.
And it's amazing. We see Lem make the call with ace 6 offsuit, where he's got nothing and he calls $200. There he has queens, and he throws away the hand for a $40 bet.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, I don't get that either. Was there a raise for the flop on that hand?
He raised. And you get a couple of callers. And I actually think it was a good laydown, because if there's an ace on the board and you get a bet and a call, you got to assume one of them is telling the truth. Somebody's got an ace, maybe.
Right.
I like the laydown, but it's funny. You see him play really loose before, and then here he's sitting to tighten up a little.
Right. So you've got to imagine what is his strategy in general.
Raise to
Yeah,
25.
I don't know. I just thought they'd get more, but I guess when I found out how much they got at Tunica, then I realized you were a big favorite.
Yes, sir.
And it looks like we've got a raised pot, about $25 each. 4 players.
Yeah.
We got a queen 10.
7, top pair.
Middle pair, actually.
Middle pair, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's Robert in seat 7. He's got middle pair.
Heads up.
And Mike has got not much of anything there. Well, now he's got
now he's got a straight. No,
he's got a gut shot.
He has 8-9. He has the
he
straight.
does. I apologize.
He
Thank you.
turned the straight.
He did.
100.
He hit his gut shot.
And now...
Oh, and that's a dangerous king on the river there because Roberts just hit his second pair. And the straight is not really readily seen. Let's see what he does.
Right, he was bet into.
And he only calls.
Straight.
And Mike's going to get sick again because he's going to realize that he could have bet more.
Every Monday, $1,000 buying one table.
Mike there, he probably could have bet, I think he bet 100. He probably could have bet 300 and still gotten a call.
Yeah.
Top 2
That
with no
straight
straight.
was very sneaky.
Yeah, well, some of
in
those,
there.
yeah, some of those gut shots are some of my favorite straights to go for. Not really the gut shots because obviously you don't have that many outs, but I do love the double gutters.
Yeah, me too.
Because nobody ever sees them.
Right, yeah.
You know, one of my biggest pots I won at this game actually, I had 9-7,
Gentlemen, good luck.
and the
to
flop
all of
came
you.
out Jack 8-5.
Oh, wow.
So you don't really see it. Nobody really, and nobody realizes that a 10 or 6 give me the straight.
Right.
And when you hit it, they can't put you on that hand. I mean, if a flop's a Jack 8-5, I think most players can put somebody on a 6-7, which is the open-ended, the
Right,
obvious open-ended.
yeah.
But you don't realize that a double gutter is the same amount of outs as an open-ended straight.
But
But you don't
nobody's
see it
gonna
as
notice.
much,
Yeah.
which is where you get paid off.
But still, that's good. That's good. It's even better.
Nice saddle.
There's a live straddle on this hand.
Not straddle,
By Mike.
That's Mike. Mike will pretty much always live straddle. He's a gambler, and live straddling's a gambling thing to do. Maybe he'll pick up his aces again in the live straddle. And we get a couple of calls right away.
He actually picks up King 10.
King 10, that's not a bad live straddle hand. And we've got a bunch of callers here. It looks like we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 6 handed at $20 a pop. We got a $120 pot already. 130 actually with the big blind. I'm sorry. And he's hit top pair, and so has Leland. But we're going to talk about kicker problems here in a second, huh?
Yeah. Now, even with the King 10, I'd be worried I might have a kicker problem.
Oh,
Nobody's
yeah.
really going to raise a straddle pot with all those people in with King Queen, but even then you'd be beat. Or King Jack.
Right. Although some people like to, when you get 4 or 5 limpers at $20 a pot, some people like to look at it and go, wow, $100 pot. Some people will even throw in a steal and just go, oh, let me steal it. We got King 10 versus King 9, and Mike's not going to stop firing unless somebody, tells him to. Or somebody tells him to with a raise.
Yeah.
And Leland's just going to call, and he seems to get in trouble with those kicker problems over and over again. And the deuce of clubs isn't
No
going to help
help.
anybody. Mike's
Mike
going to
checks.
take it down with the King 10. Well, Mike checked on the river there. He obviously
It was-
realizes that his 10 was vulnerable as well, and the other player could have had King Jack or Ace
Right.
King even. Who knows? King Jack being more likely because it was an unraised pot.
Right. His straddle was victorious.
Yeah. I'm not a big fan of Leland's play there in terms of just the checking and calling and checking. Well, actually, he didn't even check. He was just calling. And
I didn't
calling.
like his call before the flop with $20 with King 9 off suit.
Yeah.
You're looking to run into kicker problems.
Well, it's one of those things you see in no limit, especially a game like this where you're deep in money, although Leland's only got a couple $100 in front of him. You can play those kicker problems if you're smart enough to get away from them.
Yeah.
You've got to realize that your king's not always good. You're just a top pair.
Right.
And you'll see good players. You'll see good players routinely call with ace-6, and the flop come out an ace, and then muck to any bet. Because they realize that, oh, my kicker's dead.
Yeah.
And what they're looking to do is they're looking to hit 2 pair and win a big pot.
Right.
Looking
Or
to
if
get-
they're suited, they're looking to hit a flush draw.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
They're hitting the. When you're calling with King 9 and King
9
10,
offsuit, really, it's they're not really connected.
and it's really a sucker hand because King 9, even if you flop a straight,
Somebody's got to have a higher straight.
well, somebody's got
for
Ace King,
you.
you're dead.
Yeah.
It's just not a very good hand. Oh, there you go. There's
Mike
King
has
9.
pocket
Oh, King
queens.
10. I'm sorry.
He's gonna fire out. Yeah, there's no way that C9 is called.
There you go.
Got it.
Mike takes it down. And that's the thing with Mike. He's unpredictable. He'll fire pretty much all the time. You never know what he has. Sometimes he shows over the straight, like he did with the 8-9. Sometimes he shows over the king with the 10 kicker and takes it. And sometimes he'll bet with nothing.
Yeah. I gotta wonder what 3-9 of clubs is doing in there, though.
Well, Mo once told me, he said, limit hold'em, you can win by playing it straightforward. He said, but a no limit game, a high stakes no limit game, you can't really win it playing straightforward. You gotta mix your game up a little bit because if you always raise with Ace King and Ace Queen,
You're never gonna get any action.
you never get any action, and people can always put you on a hand.
Right. I've actually learned that about myself in the last couple of weeks. I started playing no limit. I had to loosen up a little bit more because I'm never gonna get any action.
Right.
C3 here. Just picked up Ace King.
And that was that's Lem who's playing over, and he let's see
On the
how-
button.
let's see how is he gonna play? He makes it 1:15 to go.
He's all in?
Yeah.
Actually, 105 more.
He's all in
For 115.
And
Anybody with
wow, I don't like the call there. 115 with an Ace 5 offsuit. That's just he's obviously looking to gamble.
yeah,
And if that's it, then all the power to him.
and he hits his 5.
Wow. Once again, I like to say, results are not exactly shouldn't.
No deal, nothing?
Should not merit. Yeah, that does
that
not
call.
mean Ace 5. $115 is a good play.
Well,
but
it's just a terrible play because there's no
because there's the king.
well, and there's no implied odds in the play either. It's one thing if there's implied odds, but there's no implied odds in that. It's just
You're just calling just to have something to do.
well, Ace 5 is a small favorite over some hands. It's not even a big favorite over any hand.
And it's completely dominated by Ace King.
Right. And it's completely dominated by any pair, pretty
Right.
much. Unless somebody made a range of 2s, 3s, or 4s.
Right, and what is he going to go all in for his last $115 on the table with?
Yeah, exactly. You've got to realize sometimes, especially when you're calling a bet, you've got to realize, okay, what can my hand beat? What would my opponent bet with? What would he move all in with? And what can my hand beat? Because even if Lem was getting tired and he moved in with pocket 6s or pocket 7s, you couldn't even beat that.
Right.
And in all honesty, even if Lem had like King Queen, you're only a small favorite over that hand.
Yeah.
So
There's really no reason to play that except for to gamble.
to gamble, exactly.
Raise 30.
You got a raise there by Chan, who's playing over Mo. Well, not literally over Mo, but you can see.
30. I thought I heard him say
$30.
I'm sorry.
Tony's going to call. Tony calls with a 5-8 of hearts. Lem actually raised with 9-10 offsuit.
So it's got ace. 4 players.
And look at that, he's flopped. He's flopped a double. He's flopped a gut shot there.
Yeah. Well, he needs a 9 or a 4.
And Tony's actually flopped a. An open-ended straight draw here.
Oh, yeah. I figured out.
And Paul, who has the best hand right now, is in a position where he's got to
With
think
his
of what-
pocket 4s again.
He loves those 4s. He's trying to decide if he has the best hand. And I think he thinks he does the best hand. And he just calls, though. I'm not sure I like the call. Why not raise it there? And that's a
Yeah, the call is looking to hit the 4 on the turn.
yeah, that's a strange call by by Chan. I'm sorry, in seat seat 9. Called with a 9-10, $55.
Yeah, he.
Oh wow! But
now look at this.
well, he hits his set, but
He
it's no
knows
good.
it's no good. He knows somebody.
And look at that. The only player that really had no business in the pot. And he's going to fire it. I'm not sure I like the fire. Oh, wow.
And he gets him to lay it down.
He gets him to lay it on the diamonds. I'm impressed.
I'm a bit confused.
No. Tony's actually got the straight, and he's going to call it the straight.
Those fours.
But he's got fours full of sevens. That's just that's an interesting goal. I think I completely butchered that hand. I apologize.
Yeah, I agree. I
completely butchered that hand. It's a good laydown by Lem.
It's
by
a good
chance.
laydown by Diamond Flush there, which we.
Yeah, in the big blind.
How is it both of us were not paying attention?
Well, we completely butchered that. I was paying attention to the diamonds and didn't even see the
that there was a pair on the board, right?
Yeah.
I think the hand.
But
was
that's the
actually
danger of
wire-to-wire
drawing
that
to the
time.
straights when there's a pair on the board. You can see it
I
right
know you
there.
must have had
Paul's
aces or
gotta
kings
love
the last
that
time you had 'em.
4 is a diamond because
course.
somebody made some kind of flush. He was smart enough to lay it down. Had it been an ace-high flush, Paul would have got paid off there.
Amazingly, actually,
Well,
that Tony
bet on
paid
the
him
flop's
off.
pretty small, you know. It gives me a chance.
Overall, though, I'm not sure if the hand was played
Best
worse
hand I
or
can
we
get
just
today.
actually the commentating was worse on that one. I do apologize.
Well, yeah, it was just so confusing.
I'm not sure why Chan called with 10-9. I'm not
And
sure
then
why
he
Tony
hit.
called in the river with 8-5.
Chan
And-
hits the
yeah.
diamond flush, and then he folds. So what was his call?
And we got
got
pocket
egg
aces.
here.
Leland's got his aces. And how's he going to play it?
He's got 3 people in the pot.
It looks like he's just going to... Well, he
He's
calls
gonna
and he's going to raise it up.
He's gonna raise.
And he raises it another, it looks like $60.
See,
at
I
that
don't
point,
see
why
why he
not just-
doesn't go all in because no matter what, all of his chips are going in the pot on the flop.
Unless he wants a call. And that makes it a little... Now he gets 2 callers. Which isn't bad. I can't do that. I can't say it's too bad there.
Oh, he did get some action.
Oh, wow. And Mike flops 2 pair.
It's exactly what not would have happened had he went all in.
Yeah, but I got to be honest with you. I don't mind that. If somebody's going to call me with King 4 and hope that he hits his 2 pair, hey, all the power to him.
Wow.
I want that person with King 4
Of
to call me
course,
for
you wanted to
$65.
call, but
And Leland can, at least he's got a good story now.
he already didn't have enough
look at
money
him.
to really protect his aces anyway.
But he's dancing. He's dancing. I love it. Gets his aces cracked, and he dances. He's my new hero. I like him. I mean, you can't. I see in No Limit or in any game, you can't be so afraid that your opponent's going to suck out on you that you don't want to gamble at all. You don't want to mix it up.
No, I agree, but if he pushes it, he's got 3 people behind him. If he pushes all in, chances are one person's going to call. Probably not Mike with King 4 off suit. He would have saved himself a pot, but
Yeah.
maybe Mike would have called and he still would have lost.
You never know. You never know.
You never know with Mike.
I can't believe how badly we butchered that hand. Okay, let's try to do this better.
All right.
We've got a 10-7-5, 2 clubs. That's a great flop for Ollie there. He's got top pair with a flush draw.
But C3 has 2 pair.
Thank you.
Call.
Top 2 pair, actually.
Top 2. And we're going to see some action here. We've got top pair with a flush draw, and we've got top 2. I'd imagine, and Chan is already out of the hand with ace-6. And Cliff is going to take it down. I mean, Lem is going to take it down. 2 pair.
You do that 8, a 9, a 4, and a 12. There. You do that.
I do apologize for sometimes we miss the hands. Sometimes we don't get to see the hands right away. And we're trying to play catch-up right from the start. We are doing this live.
Can I get service?
Service, please. Service.
I guess it's time for me to say goodnight.
Are you going to go, Jen?
Yeah, I'm going to get out of here. I've been playing all day, and I'm going to let Denny take over for me. But it's been a lot of fun,
Well, thanks
and
so
I hope
much,
I'll be
Jen.
invited back.
You've done a great
So
job.
I'll see you
Thanks a
later,
lot.
David.
Coldplay.
Hey, Denny, how you doing?
What's up, man?
Hey, I'm rocking and rolling here.
I've been doing my other job, being a tournament director.
Oh, I forgot. You actually.
Hey, I got to give a shout out to my guys at 2+2. I know you guys missed me. I heard you've been dogging me all week, but I'm back, so bring it on.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jennifer.
And Paul takes in the pot with top pair there and Queen Jack.
What are we playing anyway?
We got a $500 buy-in, no limit game.
Okay.
5-10 blinds.
All right. Got a seat open. I should hop in that game.
It's a good game, actually.
I played earlier today. I won $200 in a $100 game.
Great.
But I couldn't hit that jackpot, $100,000 jackpot.
I've been trying. I've got a bunch of people. If somebody wins the jackpot, I've got like 10 people. Whoever wins it, they owe me a case of beer. So one of these days, I'm going to walk into the casino. Somebody's going to give me a case of beer, and I'm going to be very excited.
Hell, I just tell them they owe you 10%.
Hey, I'm not greedy. How many people in the tournament tonight?
We had 180. It's an Omaha high-low split tonight. It was a $200 buy, no rebuy.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Let me tell you about tomorrow, especially if you're a college student or alumni. We have a tournament just for you tomorrow. It's the College Challenge for Charity. It's no limit hold'em, $50 buy-in with $50 multiple rebuys. 15% of the proceeds goes to benefit the Special Olympics, which is a good charity to help out. And we start at 12:15 tomorrow. The tournament will registration actually will open about 11 a.m. Tournament at 12:15. So if you can get up that early, get on down to the bike and play some poker.
Do you have to be a college student or an alum of those two schools?
Yeah, not of those two schools. Any college.
Any college will do.
Yeah, well, any college.
Okay.
Some guy said I came from Penn State. My prisoner number was. I said, hey, that works.
That'll okay. We're not picky here. Okay. And Mike's got ace queen. Not much of anything.
Mike in seat 2.
Seat 4.
Or seat 4. Got a pair of 9s in seat 2. 9s and 5s.
Takes down. And seat 2, I believe that Chan moved over, right? Yeah, Chan. Chan's moved from seat 9 to seat 2.
I know that guy. Richard? That's Richard.
And Richard's new in seat 9?
I was staying in San Diego for a long time.
Oh, that's Richard. God, is he old enough? He must be one of our college kids going to play tomorrow.
Probably, yeah. I'll tell you, the poker crowd is getting younger and younger.
They sure are. Sometimes I'll play online, or play for Free Side or Pokertropolis or something. And I've seen names that perceive a kid to be like 14 or 17.
Well, hey, I'm not sure. I mean, what stops a 17
Nothing.
or 18-year-old kid from playing online?
Absolutely nothing.
Right. I mean, that's. If I was 16 years old, I'd be playing online.
I've seen news stories where some parents prefer their kids to play online and go out and have to worry about them doing drugs and all that stuff.
Good point.
At least they're home and safe.
Yeah. Cliff actually in seat 8's got pocket aces.
Wow, look at all these.
And he's got a lot of players in that hand.
Give up completely.
7-way action, and they're still all in. It's pretty sad when they all start checking around.
Yeah.
All the way to the river too.
And seat 4, Mike's picked up 2 pair.
30.
Mike, threes and 8s, yeah, absolutely.
And it's going to get a call from Paul, actually, with just an 8.
Well, I was on
I'm not a big fan of this call, to be honest with you. There's nothing in the pot. Cliff was smart enough to throw away his aces. He knew his aces were no good at that point.
I just saw one of our regulars, Mike seat 4, the guy that won the pot.
Yeah.
He plays this game quite often.
He's an aggressive guy.
Let me put my cell phone on manner mode just so we don't get it ringing here in a minute. There we go.
I knew it was a donation. There's no way.
We're live at the bike. We're at the Bicycle Casino in Bell Gardens, California, 20 minutes outside of Los Angeles. Come on down. 710 freeway at Florence Avenue. No limit hold'em on a Friday night.
Yeah.
We got cocktails flowing. We got food flowing.
Good-looking girls.
Good-looking women. Ladies, good-looking guys. Well, maybe not this table. But
No, yeah. I was going to say. Good games. The action is great. Jackpots are great.
I like my play.
And is it still raining outside?
I couldn't even tell you. I haven't looked outside.
I don't want to be outside, so stay here. And we're going to see it four-handed. Everybody limps in.
Queen 7-6.
Couple diamonds.
Anybody have anything? Not really.
Doesn't look like it. The eights are still in charge here.
C4 is a gut shot straight draw. He misses.
And nobody bets. Richard's going to take it down with his pocket eights.
Queens and eights, yeah. It's just an interesting bet. I was actually talking to Bart about it last night. I don't like the bet by Richard there because there's no value to it. Well,
I've been pointing out what kind of hand can call him. The only hand that beats him.
And actually, the only reason I like it because he's a new player at the table. Nobody knows how he plays yet.
Good, yeah. There's some hidden.
So
value
that would
there.
be my only positive to playing that hand.
There's some hidden value to the hand, I guess. Yeah. In the sense of nobody sees him what he has.
Hey, listen, I want to plug one more tournament, or winning of the green tournament. You know what's going on now through the 28th. But Sunday's tournament is open to everybody. It's a no-limit hold'em tournament. It's a $100 buy-in with multiple rebuys. And there's a guarantee, I don't know, $50,000 I think it is. Yeah, it's $50,000 guarantee, which will probably be first place by the numbers. We had 731 last night for the $100.
Yeah,
that was no rebuy tournament. So if you want to play Sunday, be here at 4:15. Tomorrow's tournament is at 12:15.
And our dancer, Leland, he's licked his bruises after his pocket aces got cracked, and he's back in here with more ammunition.
He's a dancer?
He got his aces cracked, and he started dancing.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant professionally.
He might be professional. I've never seen him. Robert's flopped an open-ended straight draw here. Actually, it's interesting. We have two open-ended straight draws. Ollie's got an open-ender, and Robert in seat 7 both have open-ended straight draws. While Chan in seat 2 has two pair. We have two open-ended straight draws, and we've got a two pair. See how it's played out. 4 helps nobody. Let's see how hard Chan bets. He's got to protect that hand. He knows they're drawing against him. And he gets both straight draws to lay him down, and Chan takes the pot. Nice bet. Once again, I just want to let you guys know that the purple chips are $25 chips. The yellow ones are $5 chips. And this is not a jackpot game, so cash is allowed to be played on the table. In a jackpot game, cash is not allowed on the table. Do you know why that is, Denny?
What's that?
Do you know why in a jackpot game cash is not allowed on the table?
No.
Oh.
Couldn't tell you.
I'll have to find that out.
There aren't too many games in the casino where we like to have cash on the table.
No, yeah, well, I know there's a rule. They say that no jackpot game can have cash on the table. And since the majority of the games in the casino are jackpot games, they don't like to have cash on the table.
I don't know. That'll be something for the next trivia pursuit game that comes.
Yeah, exactly. And we're going to see a flop here. We've got ace-queen. And Robert's got ace-queen. We got a bunch of people have queens there. Flop comes out. Flop comes out 9-8 deuce with a couple of diamonds.
9-8 deuce.
Robert's got top pair with a pretty embarrassing kicker.
It's Robert's seat 7.
Yes. Leland's got a gut shot.
No, I don't know. It's my turn. You look like you've got big hand. I thought you had cards.
And he's going to bet his gut shot. And Robert calls with his 9-3.
No wonder he brought so many chips to the table. He's going to need them.
Well, if he playing that way, eh? And they both check. And the river brings an 8. You know, it's an interesting play. Robert wasn't very strong there with a 9-3. But had Leland fired at least one more time, I wonder if he could have taken the pot away. I don't know how many chips Robert has, and if he doesn't have very many, it's hard to bluff a guy who doesn't have many chips. But sometimes firing once just isn't enough.
See, 2 plus 2, they still do like me. They want me to talk about the food. I always talk about the food here at the bike. That's why they give me a hard time.
Yeah, you missed it. We did a close-up of the Moe's fruit before.
There it is, fruit plate. It's a pretty mouth-watering plate. Looks good. Grapes, strawberries, melons, apple. I did see one guy in the tournament area eating it had to be a 2-inch thick filet mignon.
Really?
Looks so good.
Is it good here?
Filet mignon? Yeah, it's good here.
Okay. I've actually never had it here. 683 with a couple of diamonds. Paul's got middle pair. And so does Ollie. Ollie's going to bet his middle pair. He's also got a flush draw.
Sure doesn't take much to get in this pot, does it? 7-way action all the time. I hope that's not a jackpot for the Hold'em. Sounded like it might have been the, what do they call it, the Royal section where the 6 Hold'em is.
Yeah, that could have been. I think that jackpot.
That jackpot's like 30,000 all by itself.
Yeah, actually.
Or was that all the way in the blackjack pit? We were scanning, but we couldn't find it.
Yeah, this table, most of the players like to limp in, see the flop real cheap. Mm-hmm. So we're seeing pots 6, 7, 8 handed, with no real hand selection at all.
Well, I heard they might just have hit the $48,000 jackpot in the 6-12 Omaha high-low split game.
Why am I in
That's
here?
cool, huh?
I should be there.
You know, it's funny. Most of the Omaha players are in the tournament right now.
Exactly. I'm surprised there's even a game. Wow.
$48,000. That means the loser gets half of that, and the winner gets 25%, and anybody dealt in the table gets the other 25%. Not bad for a Friday night, huh?
Not bad at all. Especially sit down in a 6-12 game, sit down with a couple $100, and you walk out with $2,000, $3,000. Or unless you're the loser of the pot, you walk out with $24,000. I actually would like to, I'm going to come out with a book myself, write a book of how to hit sets and how to hit
everybody
jackpots.
is.
Yeah.
How to hit sets and jackpots?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that's cool. I bet it would sell, too.
Yeah, exactly. How to hit your set every other time.
That's a great idea. Or the secrets of winning jackpots.
And there they are.
Look, they all
everybody milling about trying to see if they know
raid
the
the
winner.
table, trying to get a lucky chip.
All right. Everybody looking, hey, but did my friend win? Did my friend win?
Little do they know it's going to take at least 20 minutes to get paid because they got to get their IDs and do all the paperwork and everything. And verify it on the camera, you know.
It looks like here we've got
a flush. Seat number 1.
Leland's got the flush.
Look at this. Seat 5's got a hell of a draw for the nut flush. So,
and he's got,
he needs to make a substantial bet here. Those,
I'm not sure what
are those yellow or purple chips? I can't tell.
Those are purple. Those are purple. That's about a $400 call there. We've got 3-way there. And seat 3.
Oh, that's about $700, $800.
Pocket aces. He called pocket aces without the ace of clubs.
There it is.
Whoa.
Nut flush.
And he hits it on the river. Oh, and Ollie's going to take it all. And Lem just couldn't get away from his 2 red aces there. And Leland is just
oh, man, if I had seen that flop and I had 2 red aces and he bet that much money, they'd be in the muck so fast. See your head spin.
Sometimes you just got to know when your aces are no good.
Hey, Bart walked in. Did you get busted out of the tournament already?
Not yet, Denny.
Not yet.
I actually have more chips than Shirley does.
Okay.
Right now.
Oh, that's right. They're on a break now.
Oh,
Hey,
wow.
do you know, Bart? Just so you know, they just hit the 612 jackpot for $48,000.
Well, look at this. This Bart has surpassed his all-time high. He's lasted a full hour into the tournament.
All right, everybody, dog Bart.
Thank you.
Take that hand up against him.
I couldn't go anywhere.
No, I know that. Someone gets up.
Wow, he just lost like $800 is what he bet, I think. $900.
Ollie, you gotta get out of my lap, man. Come on. I'm eating. What do I leave the table? I do. No, I just want you to get out of my lap. You're pushing me into this guy's lap.
I mean, the bet wasn't bad. He's got the flush, and he's got to try and get him out, you know?
Oh, no, clearly. I mean, Leland did nothing wrong there. He just got, you know. I mean, Ollie's only drawing, so, I mean, what, he's at 9 outs, minus the 2 in his hand there. He's only got about 7 outs. Leland did nothing wrong there at all. He just got unlucky.
Seat 3, though, I don't know why he got married to those aces.
Oh, well, we've seen him earlier. He called a raise. He called about $200 earlier on the turn with just an ace-6 offsuit, no pair. Ace high. So we've seen some questionable plays from him throughout. So. Got King, Queen of Hearts, and King 10. And raised pot. We're going to get a heads up between the King, Queen, and the King 10.
Ace, Queen 6.
Oh, I like the play by Robert. He's going to take control of it.
25.
Leland doesn't know he's in good shape, but...
Yeah, he's betting the gut shot. Hits it on the turn. Jack of hearts. Let's see how he plays it here.
Yeah.
100.
And
blank on the river. Well, it pairs the board. 6.
There's the board.
It's not going to help anybody.
Leland
here.
really should be able to get away from this hand. He's only got second pair. There's a whole bunch of hands that he can lose to.
Yeah, he lays it down. Shows the King 10 for the straight.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised he called on the turn there, $100 bet on the turn. With only second pair.
Well, he came to the table with 2 racks. He still has a rack left. You know.
Yeah, hey, there's something there. I'm just waiting for it to see him dance more. He's reaching in his pocket. Looks like he has a piece of gum.
Lollipop. Oop. Is that a raise?
That's all right for you, man. I mean, you see chips won't stay up.
Hey, now, Denny, in tournaments, I'm curious about that. What happens if somebody raises out of turn in a tournament? Does his action have to stand or no?
Well, it depends. There's 100 different scenarios I could give you. It depends, actually. If there's action behind the guy, it might very well stand. No action behind the guy, we're probably going to warn him. And if he does it again, we'll give him a 20-minute penalty.
I see, okay.
One of the options is make him keep the money in the pot also.
Right.
50 months.
Okay, because he doesn't want to call, I'm not going to call either.
I don't want to cash my card, to be honest.
So bad. Hey, man, don't worry about it. It's all part of the game.
Honest, I had pocket and I didn't call you.
You did?
No problem.
Leland's going to take it down. Leland actually had Jack 9 of diamonds there. Nice little steal bet. Took down the pot.
No, you are not going to act like
I think they're going to pay you extra to do that.
Hey, if you're a newer player and you haven't played too much poker, play for free on our Play for Free site, thebike.com. Just download our software and you're all set. You can actually play in some free tournaments and win cash prizes. How insane is that, huh?
That's. I was actually just talking to Bart about it last night, saying that one of the most common mistakes of some beginners is that they play a game that they're not comfortable playing, the stakes.
Right.
And everybody's got it's baby steps. You got to start
You
somewhere.
don't think it was because I wanted to see you, right?
Why not start in a free game?
Boy, the swings you get, though.
Yeah, yeah.
Raise.
Oh, there we go.
Pocket king, seat 6.
We got Paul there with a couple of kings. Earlier in the day, he cracked Mike's kings with a pair of 4s. So
Well,
let's see
seat 1 has one of those kings. He has got king 10 suited.
King 10 suited. He doesn't realize how bad a shape he's in.
Pretty hard with me.
Queen 4 deuce.
Not a very scary flop for Paul at all. He's going to fire.
7.
He should lay this down, and he does.
Easy lay down.
Anyway, I've been playing online lately. I think I started with like $500. I worked it up to $1,500 just a few days ago, and now I'm back down to like $1,000. I mean, so you can see the swings you get in these things. It's just
huge. What game do you play online?
I've been jumping around. Well, between like $30 and $50 tournaments, I've played a couple of those. But live games, 3-6 or 5-10 is pretty much where I like to play.
Where do you get the time between the tournaments and the broadcasting?
Well, like I'll go home after work, and you need like an hour to unwind when you get home.
Right.
So I'll sit there for an hour and play a little bit. And when I get up in the morning, drink my coffee and play a little bit.
Yeah, sometimes a lot of pros will talk about bankroll. Leland raised there out of seat 1. Get a call. Mike calls on the button. Ollie's going to call him.
What's $10?
20.
And we get the old, I like to call it the token $10 raise.
Yeah.
Where I'm not sure the purpose of the raise because nobody's going to fold their hand, but
It's a pot builder.
exactly. And Leland's got the 6-9 of diamonds, the old 69. And he's hit middle pair.
Just like in the $100 buy-in game today, I was, me and another guy were doing a lot of straggle bets.
Right.
$6. What the hell?
Nobody's going to fold it.
Put a little action in the pot. And,
Mike's got top pair. He's pretty sure he's got the best hand. He's going to push on it. Now Ollie's got not much, if anything. I like the play by Mike there. Oh wow! I didn't even notice actually that Richard in seat 9 has hit his set. Set of 3s.
Sure did.
And he's got a slow play. He's not going to push too hard yet.
Everybody's got a piece of this. Now, seat 1 folded finally. Okay. 10 of hearts. 3 hearts could slow him down a little bit.
Well, that's a scary card for Mike.
100. He looks like he only has a little bit left. Mike will lay it down.
That's the danger sometimes of slow playing a hand. If a turn or a river brings out a card that scares your opponent, you might not get any more of his chips.
Right.
And had Richard moved in right there, he might have won more. Who knows?
Might have.
No, I said that's what the reason. I didn't want to put it.
Mike's a pretty aggressive player in C4.
Yeah, very aggressive.
He's a loose player and he's aggressive. He's not afraid to put chips in the pot.
No, nobody can accuse him of that.
It wasn't on me, though.
But we were talking about the bankroll before in the sense of some players, they don't play a game where their bankroll can withstand the fluctuations of these games. And, sometimes you can go through 2-3 weeks, sometimes even a couple of months where you're just running bad, even if you're playing well. And you've got to have the bankroll sufficient to play that. You see yourself, you went from $500 to $15, back to $1,000.
Yeah.
And that happens often in this poker. And a lot of beginners are in a rush to keep moving up in stakes. Sometimes it's best to just stay where you are.
C3 has an ace-queen. Seat 5 has a king-jack of spade. Seat 9 looking at an ace-10 offsuit. Some of the hands I can see there.
And
Seat 5 has the top pair.
You got Ollie there on the button with top pair. And he's going to fire. $50.
Raise 200. 150 more. Thank you.
flushers are off. Oh, they called it?
No, man, whatever.
Oh, no, those are old.
We got a multi-way pot here.
Yeah, I'd say.
8 players.
8 players.
Seat 3 folded.
I think he's in the parking lot seeing if anybody else wants to call.
What is that, a king?
You got a,
King 6-5?
King 6-5, exactly, rainbow.
Time.
65.
65.
Nothing I can do, man. I'm stuck.
Paul's going to try to take control of the pot on the button.
I could have wore a hat.
And Leland calls with not much of anything there. He's got a backdoor flush draw.
2 players.
And he doesn't realize it, but he does have a couple of overcards. But
Check. Check.
it's funny, Leland's play, I often criticize the players that check and call. And
I think they checked it down, though.
yeah, well, he made a questionable call on the flop. He called $65 with just ace high. And it might have been actually a good play had he made a move at some point. But then he just checks it down.
Gun shy.
A little bit, yeah. His instincts were right, but he forgot to pull the
I
trigger.
got turn. He turned.
Oh,
Thank you.
No, he does see the bird. She does see the bird. Oh, okay.
I want to show you how thin you were drawn. He's getting it.
I was bluffing. I just didn't know I was bluffing with the best hand.
Big blind.
Seat 5 has pocket 5s. Got an ace 8 offsuit in seat 4.
30.
Got a raise from...
2 queens, seat number 7.
Oh, look at that. We got two kings.
2 kings in seat number 8. We got 3 pocket pairs here.
And interestingly, seat 3 is the one that raised.
Seat 5 with 5s, 7 with queens, 8 with kings. Seat 3 raised with pocket 8s. 4 players have pocket pair. This could be a fun little hand here.
200.
And
The 4 deuce folded.
I do like I like Cliff's play here. Cliff doesn't want to see that many people in the pot, so he re-raises it up to $200.
And seat 4 has an ace 8. He's still in, or
Seat 4 is still in right now, but he's probably going to end up mucking, and he does.
seat 4?
And sure enough, the
3 and
5s
4
go
both.
away, and now it's
Okay.
down to queens and kings.
Because he raised it, what, 200, right?
$200. I like the play there by Cliff there. And he calls.
How much will I bet a king or an 8 hit the flop?
Well, there's 2 5s.
Take your 30 back.
Wow.
That's what I meant to say. I meant to say the
5.
5 and the 8. Those guys that folded.
Wow. Ollie would have flopped quad 5s there. I think he's hitting himself right now, or what?
I think he just soiled himself.
Yeah, exactly. Look at him. Say that he's even telling him. There he is. Because I just follow, and nobody's going to believe him except us and you guys at home.
Wow. What's that, $1,000 bet?
That's about, that looks like about $800
That's the
there.
2 kings.
And it's a tough call and a tough laydown, and all in one there. I mean, it's not a bad flop for queens. The only thing you can really be scared of here is, maybe pocket 9s.
Or a 5.
Aces.
A 5.
Yeah, but he made it $200 before the flop. You can't put him on a 5. What do you put him on, ace 5, 6 5?
Pocket 5.
Yeah.
No, that was the other guy.
Right, exactly. A good laydown. That's a heck of a laydown. I mean, there's pretty much only 3 hands the queen's going to be scared
And
of.
he
That's
picks up a pretty good-sized pot there, because, before we had, 4-way action or something?
Yeah, 4-way action at $30 a pot, and a pop, and
A few $100.
yeah, and then the $200 call. That's a good laydown there by Robert. And he's only got to be scared of aces, kings, and 9s.
But I'm a pretty big dog.
Thank you.
Sure enough, his opponent had one of those.
Very good.
Sometimes people can't get away from those queens. They get mad. They look at those ladies and they go, oh, and they die with them. You got to be careful with those.
They think, some people think that's Paul Darden in seat 1. It's not Paul Darden.
It is not Paul Darden. It's Dancing Leland.
Yeah, one more notch up.
Dancing Leland. He was in a better mood before. He's lost a couple of pots now. He doesn't look like he's not in a dancing mood anymore.
Well, how much did he lose the first time around?
Well, he bought in for probably 600. I think he lost
Okay,
that.
and then he brought in 1,000. He's got about 500 left.
4 players.
Yeah. So he's probably out about, I don't like to add it up, but maybe $900, $1,000.
I don't think I'd be in a good mood either.
Probably not.
Check.
Ace 3 4. What a look at this garbage they're playing.
And
seat 8. Come on, let's fire with that 7-10.
Yeah. Leland's actually got a
Look
gut
at that.
shot.
He's betting his rush.
30.
Yeah, I like the bet.
Sure, why not call? You got an 8 or 7? I mean, seat 1's calling.
See, a lot of it's a pretty passive game in the sense of everybody's checking and then calling.
He wants to see a deuce.
There's the 5.
Pair it up.
Seat 8, Cliff has still got the best hand. But he throws it away.
He came out betting. Look at that.
That's a good bet. A good bet by Leland. The 5's got to be a scary card. It's not only is it a heart, but it gives a 1 card straight.
Sure.
And you got to be scared of that.
2
one.
different ways.
Yeah,
A deuce
exactly.
or a 6.
Deuce or a 6 or a heart, and it almost makes it impossible. Do like that play by Leland.
Hey, don't forget we do this Wednesday through Saturday night, 6 to 10, live at the bike. Now tomorrow night, we're going to do something a little different. We're going to take the final table of the tournament and stream it live at the bike.
Oh, really?
So if that college tournament tomorrow, the final table, we're going to put them live here.
That's great.
Hopefully we'll be at the final by 6 o'clock. I'm pretty sure we will.
The tournament starts at
12:15.
12:15
They're
tomorrow.
only 20-minute rounds tomorrow because $50 buy-in.
Wow, that's actually a lot of fun.
Yeah, that would be fun.
8-9, the Jacks have an overpair here. He's going to raise it up.
Raise it. Make it 100 total.
100 total.
I just don't understand the call there by Leland, but it's his chips.
Leland will be there all the way now. Big get shot, straight draw.
Yeah, gut shot. He's still got his overcards. It's one of those things in no limit. It's really a fold or raise game. Calling is I don't know many players that are calling stations and win. And a good bet by.
You have 2 queens when I made it 200 now?
Thank you.
Is that Lem playing over?
I can be.
Oh, that's the rabbit card. A 7.
Rabbit cams.
No help.
He thought for so long.
Thank you.
I know if he has aces, of course he's going to play.
The technical staff is using
I played right.
charade signals. Oh, we got warm drinks.
There were pictures and they weren't king.
Anybody want to send me a glass of ice?
No, you have queen.
A glass of ice would be good. For those of you who don't know, it's about 143 degrees in this room.
47.
47, sorry.
Yeah, my son.
The hand before I saw.
I know.
And then I heard you.
Pretty sure I had 2 black.
Option.
There.
I was standing behind you. 5 players.
5 players. Linked in. We got a $50 pot here. Got a Rainbow King 6-3. Richard's got top pair with
Oh, yeah. That's 30.
big kicker.
I don't know. We'll find out later. Oh,
2 players.
the position was. Doesn't say anything else except
And Leland's got it now. Leland hit his ace on the turn.
You call it. It's no brainer.
Please check.
Oh, you checked?
Sorry,
I'm sorry.
yeah, sorry.
Oh, once I checked there.
Studying.
You might pass that.
If you check there, you would have made some.
Yeah, for a problem.
Leland's going to fire what looks like $80 in the pot, maybe 85. And this is a real tough call for Richard here. Not only does he only have a king, but it's not much of a kicker. See how much I know there. He calls anyway. I don't like the call there. What do you think, Danny?
Yeah, I agree with you.
Second pair with a deuce kicker.
That's 100.
He bets 100. I think he's trying to represent that the 3 helped him.
C1 ain't buying it, though.
No, it's a...
Show. No, he's okay. That's going to make you even more.
And he's not going to be happy when he sees the ace.
Ace.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the point of bluffing there at the end, especially only $100.
Well, maybe he really thought he had the best hand. Maybe he didn't think he had an ace.
Good point, good
You
point.
know?
Okay. But once again, I'll point to that. That's the value betting thing there is you can only get called by a better hand than you know.
And he did.
Yeah.
Proved you're right.
And Leland building up a stack again.
A long ways to go.
Hey, he's got a long way. One chip at a time. He's got a 9-8 offsuit there.
8-9. That was our nose cam.
Yeah, I like that. Maybe just a little bit too close, but hey.
We like to check the hygiene of our
Yeah, it's
players.
great. Mike's been pretty quiet lately, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. Maybe he needs a couple of cocktails or something.
Yeah, I know. Somebody send him a cocktail.
Yeah, hey.
And, wow. I tell you, Ollie is like, if he stayed in with the 5s, he would have had quad 5s. Here he hits a set of 3s.
But he's in this one.
He hit a set of 3s, and he's slow playing. Well, now he's going to bet it on the turn.
$25, that's it?
Just $25. Well, the pot's not big. It's only about a $40 pot. And is anybody going to call him? Nope, nobody calls him.
I did earlier. I had kings earlier.
And he shows his pocket 3s. Maybe I should, I can get Ollie to help me write that, how to hit a set book.
Yeah. Well, here we are live at the Bicycle Casino in Bell Gardens, California. Come on down and play some live action poker. We have all sorts of games from $1 limits all the way up.
Sorry, bud.
We have limit games, no limit games, stud, Omaha, blackjack,
Pygo.
you name it. We probably have it if it's a card game. Except for Go Fish. We don't play that one.
No.
5 players.
5 players, $50 pot here.
5-way action. Queen, Jack 4, 2 diamonds.
Leland's flopped the nut flush draw. And Robert over in seat 7, he's got top pair.
So does seat 9 with a better kicker.
Thank you. Didn't see that.
It's because it was on the other side of the screen.
Yeah, once in a while we don't see all the cards right away, so sometimes the commentary can get a little choppy.
Once in a while. You haven't been working with me
Yeah,
a lot.
exactly.
all the time. I mean,
Two's no help for anybody. And I'm surprised. How do you check that if you're the king queen?
well, here's the flush.
Yeah.
Under.
Now you come out firing
Yeah, exactly.
$100.
Well, the worst hand actually fired. The worst hand is actually firing here. Robert's firing with his queen 9.
Don't call.
And that's got Leland's got to love
400.
it.
Come on, Leland.
Raise it.
This is interesting. Leland's got to be dancing in his pants.
I'm not sure, but I think the dealer said 400 raise
Well,
it.
I think Richard actually raised it. Oh, no, actually, I apologize. That was Rich.
You know, even though those stacks look small, they're really $100 stacks. It's just the angle of the camera.
Yeah, exactly.
Makes them look
Those
better.
stacks in front of them, right in front of them, are probably about $150 stacks.
No, they're $100 each.
All of them?
Yeah, the dealer just counted one.
Oh,
down.
okay.
Show the ace king.
And he shows his nut flush.
Nice.
Nice hit.
I'm not sure why both queens checked on the turn.
Big ones like that.
Especially with 2 diamonds out there and a queen jack out there. There's little straight draws out there, flush draws out there. Got to be careful not to give away free cards. Make somebody pay for it if they're going to draw at you. Yeah, we have candies and cigarettes here as well. You guys can hear in the background.
But do they have any ice?
I can check for you. I wish somebody would bring it in here.
I'm hoping the director will get the hint. And
Yeah.
get some ice in here.
Chad makes it 40 to go. Mike calls him.
Where's my Angie when I need her?
King Robert's
Jack.
going to call.
2 of them have King Jack. You got Ace Queen.
A couple of diamonds, and everybody's got high cards, and all rags come out. I got that raggy flop, 7-6-3.
Oh, you check.
Where's the good old 4-5 when you need it?
Yeah, right.
100.
I like the bet by Mike there. Everybody checks to him, and he tries to take control of the pot. He's going to take it down.
He's got the best hand.
Yeah. Too often, people with people on the button there will just give another free card, and then somebody else they'll let somebody else take the pot away from them. That pot was a $160 pot too, $40 times 4.
That's right. I just did it in my head.
Yeah. Took you that long, huh?
See, I don't need 2 + 2 to
Right,
dog
exactly.
me.
Hey.
I can dog myself.
Right.
You know? 2 + 2 is 5.
You see? Mathematical ability is way overrated in poker.
6 players.
6 players. We got a $60 pot here. Got a Jack 7-6. Couple of hearts in there.
Nobody has 2 hearts though, so we won't worry about that.
No.
C3's got a 7. There's a 9.
There's a 9. Who's got a couple of 10s in there and a couple of 8s in there. Got a couple of gut shots.
45.
Actually, 8's got an open-ended straight draw here.
That's right. Seat 1
Both
and
of them,
3
seat
have
1 and
open
seat 3
end.
have open-ended.
7
seat
and 9 have gut shots. And seat 2 sitting there with the Ace 4 spades.
Yeah. Not a whole bunch of nothing.
Not for long.
No. Well, and Leland fires.
2 players.
All right, the 2 open-end straight draws.
Oh.
Look at that. Picks up an ace, Leland. Seat 1.
And
He
Leland
checks
was
it.
Ace.
They both check it. He'll take it down.
interesting there. Leland was actually drawing 2 outs for the win because his 8 obviously was shared by seats 3-8.
Yeah.
And only an ace is going to give him the win, and there's only 2 left. So I know there's the final of the winning of the green is a $2,500 tournament, right?
Yes.
Do you have? Is there a cheaper way to get into that thing?
Yes, we have super satellites. Super satellite is $50 buy-in, $50 rebuys. And for every $2,600 in the prize pool, we'll give away a seat to that championship event.
That's great.
In
So
fact,
for just
super
$50.
satellite starts tonight at 9:30, 7 o'clock on the weekends.
So for $60, you can get in for a $2,600 tournament.
That's right.
It's
And
not
on
bad.
top of that, you play in the super satellites, there's a 10,000 best all-around points race going on.
Really?
Top 16 players get points.
You got the ace jacks first.
I like that queen 4, flopping 2 pair.
Yeah. But Leland's going to fire with his ace jack. And Mike's slow plays his queen 4.
Look at that. Fill it up. Leland, be careful. Bet 100, get called.
He actually got raised. Mike raised him. And,
Leland-
obviously, Leland couldn't call.
Yeah.
I said, please do it. He's like, please. Go. He just smooth called you on the turn because he's waiting for me.
No, but he was laying in the cup for me, thinking I was going like, yeah.
Well, Leland's playing a little more aggressive now. He's definitely sticking his nose in there. Unfortunately, he's getting punched backwards.
The other ball.
Well, unfortunately for him, at least.
Eyes lit up.
One man chips, 9.
Yeah, battle of the ball.
45. What do you got, Mike? 44?
You get it.
What's
I'm going to play with Mike.
Probably 100, yeah.
400 behind. I got to beat you.
400 behind, seat number 9.
Call. It's 45.
Now, we know it's a $500 buying game, but once you do buy in for $500, if you lose your chips, you're allowed to rebuy for less. And it's called a short buy.
If you get 2 9s, you're
And in most games, you're allowed to do one short buy
55 change.
for every full buy.
That's right.
5 players.
And Mike's got a real hand there. He's got pocket jacks. And he's got to like the flop there. It's a 7-5 deuce rainbow.
I think they're still good.
And he's going to bet it.
200.
I like the bet there.
Fold.
Nobody else has got much of anything. Richard over in seat 9 has got middle pair, but that would be a...
All right, call.
Really?
He calls.
You're 400 behind?
Yeah, he's getting
Okay.
a chance.
Oh, you're 400.
400
Wow.
behind. Sorry,
Yeah.
the plumber didn't let me know.
I'm just calling to
That's a questionable call. At best.
No, that's what he owes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I owe 100.
It's all good.
Well, now he's got a straight draw at least. He's got the gut shot as well. He's got a couple other outs at least. Now, I mean, any ace, any 5, or any 4 is going to give him a win.
He's first.
That's what I said. You're first, Larry.
Oh, I thought he checked.
All in.
How much you got more? 300.
300 more.
Richard's only got a couple hundred behind him, so he might call.
You're all in?
Yep.
Well, I didn't like the call on the flop, but if you're going to call on the flop, you better call now.
Well, not necessarily. Cut your losses.
I suppose, right? There is always that saying, you don't want to throw bad money after bad
I
money.
mean, 300's 300.
Yeah, no, good point. And the rabbit was at 4?
6 of diamonds.
6 of diamonds, thank you. That wouldn't have been any
I
help.
want to help them.
I like the way Mike played that hand. He pushed down it. He pushed the hand.
Tell you one hand, I made a set of aces.
Small blind, big blind.
It's this guy. Trying to bluff. You give me any action. Play it so good.
Thanks, Mike.
Paul's going to raise it up
Make it
here.
60.
Make it $60 to go.
Seat 5, Ali. Is that his name? Pocket 9s.
Anybody would have called him, they called you.
Pocket aces, seat number 6.
And Ollie's going to call with his pocket 9s.
Doesn't look like he bet a whole lot.
No, just $60. We're going to see a heads-up pot, $60.
players.
Pot's about $150 right now.
Give him both a card.
I'm actually surprised that Ollie did not hit his set.
Queen 8-8.
And Ollie's going to come out and bet it right away.
$100.
I like the bet by Ollie. Unfortunately, doesn't realize that he's up against aces, but I like the bet. And Ollie checks, and Paul's going to put in a big $500 bet and take the pot down. I like the bet by Ollie, though. He fired once, see if he can win it.
Yeah.
And after he got called, he shut down.
No, I want to go. Put your. Oh, he's got ace queen. There. Ace on the turn, bad card.
Ace come, I lose more.
Yeah, ace come, you lose more.
Five players.
five-way action here. Nobody really has any monsters. 10-8 deuce, 2 diamonds.
Check.
Leland's flopped open-ended straight draw here. He's going to bet it.
Oh, sorry. Every time I get purple, I lose it. So happened last time.
Oh, well done by Leland there. I like the bet there. It's one of those semi-bluffs where he didn't have anything but except the draw.
Tried that before, man, and I lost 1,200 the next time.
25 more.
Small blind.
Now I can't lose.
Big blind. Ollie.
Purple's like my kryptonite.
I know.
Raised to 25.
And Leland's going to make it 25 to go. Mike's going to throw the chips in the pot. He calls.
4 players.
Oh. And we've got nice.
That's 100.
And Richard's got ace king. He's got big slick there. And he's raised it up. Actually, I'm sorry, Mike's. Mike's bet with nothing.
All right, man, I got to check. Remind me, I'll kick. Check. What do you got left? 300?
And ace king's got the best hand by here.
Yeah, 300.
Oh, and Mike is going to bluff at the pot.
Oh, Mike bet 300.
Yeah, he doesn't realize that Richard's got top pair here and is certainly going to call.
Okay, we got
Yeah, king, you win. Yeah.
King, you win.
Ace king.
That's it.
You realize if you got a queen, you win. I think Mike only had 8 high there.
I understand. Mike.
Oh, I just did 300. I got 10 back.
Yep.
What a deal.
Gotta get rid of those purple, bro.
And Richard wins a pretty good sized pot there. I was just saying, whereas Mike's been a little quiet lately, and he can only stay quiet for so long before he tries to jump in there and make something happen. And we're going to see a pot 6-handed. Limped in, about a $60 pot here. Got a 9-7-6 rainbow flop.
976. Remember all the 976 numbers?
Yeah.
They still have them? I never see them advertised anymore.
I have no idea.
Maybe I'm not up that late anymore.
I'll give you that.
Change, sir. 2 players.
Got
Check. I'm done.
Good, I'm done.
Paul quickly throws away his bottom pair.
I had 10-6. I had a bottom pair and he got shot. I really giving you a really good shot.
No, he wasn't lying. He had bottom pair and gut shot. See?
Just hoping you don't have 9 back.
Whoever said that all poker players lie.
That's what I want you to have. Because then I'm drawing pretty live.
I know
then
I
I'm
do.
drawing pretty live.
Blinds, please.
You got ace 9.
Small. Big blinds, sir.
If you got ace 9, I'm drawing pretty live. I need a 10, a 6, or an 8. If you got 10, 9, I'm deep shit.
All right, let's get some monster hands going here.
That's what we're hoping for here.
You know, like a 9 deuce offsuit or an ace 5 offsuit.
Well, this is pretty exciting. Mike's got king 7 offsuit.
It's pretty good. Look at that queen 3 offsuit. See number 6.
These are monsters.
4 players.
4 players. We're going to see a $40 pot here.
And 6-8 offsuit. See number 7.
Got a 7-5-3 here. Robert over in seat 7.
Seat 2, 4, and 6 all have a pair.
Yeah, and Robert's actually flopped open-ended straight draw here.
Seat 7 has an open-ended straight draw.
And yeah, he's still there. Trying to think of what to do. Well, Mike bet. And they each called $50 here. Pot's now about $210. You know, another club came out, which has got to be a scary card for pretty much everybody. Mike's going to check to see if he has a club. He does not.
7 pairs. Given seat 4 trips. Sorry, Mike. I don't think you're going to get a call here.
Yeah, I can't imagine it.
I'd be real surprised. Okay,
Wow.
I'm surprised.
See what you know there. Did he call him with? Called him with just middle pair with 5. And wow, we see Shirley here.
Are you out? Steve Badger outlasted Shirley Rosario.
Wow.
History has been made tonight at the bike.
And it was interesting. I was playing a 10-20 hold'em game before, and Shirley came over and said that she felt really good. Said she was going to win it tonight.
You want to sit in for a while? Sure.
Come on in. I'll take a break. I'm going to go. This game looks pretty good. Let me see if I can make some money myself. Well, thank you all. Once again, I'm David Tuckman, and I'll probably be back next week sometime.
Raise it to 30.
Thanks, David.
Give me the small blind. So. Give me the small blind.
All right, go ahead.
What?
Go ahead and whine.
I am not going to whine.
Let's hear it.
No, I'm not going to whine. There was nothing I could have done differently. It's just the way it was.
Did you get to play at Steve Badger's table?
No, I didn't.
Oh,
And he
too bad.
actually has chips right now, too.
Wow.
So it looks like he might outlast me for a while.
You know, folks, Steve Badger actually is a very good Omaha high-low player.
He's the one that taught me how to play, but normally I outlast him.
But you're not supposed to teach your student to,
To
play
play better.
better than you do.
There you go.
Well, it's nice to have you back in here, Denny. I've missed you.
Well, it's nice to be here. But it's going to be this way most of the month, popping in and out, because I got to take care of the tournament as well as live at the bike.
Right.
Okay, let's go see the flop.
Salary-wise, it's hard for me to choose, you know.
5 players.
So how long did the tournament last night? Were you here till 7 in the morning?
No, it ended about 3.
Oh, wow. That's not bad at all.
It wasn't bad at all.
700 players?
Yeah. Has that graphic been there the whole time and I just noticed it?
I think they just started it last night.
Above the dealer's head, no limit, 5-10 blind.
Yeah, we saw the flop.
Well, that's cool. See, we're getting better here.
Thanks to all the suggestions.
That's right. Thanks for all our friends at 2+2 and RGP. Keep those cards and letters coming.
$25.
By the way, I might as well throw out the email address. It's live@thebike.com. If you want to send a suggestion or comment.
3 players.
9 hits the river. Or 10, I'm sorry.
Check.
Check. 50.
Which doesn't change anything. Kings still have the best hand.
Yeah.
Call.
See, 2 folded already.
Shove. Kings and 10s. Excuse me, 10s and 8s.
That's very nice. 2 players.
So those the yellow chips are $5 chips.
That's right. Purple chips are, I don't see any.
$25. No, he doesn't have any. He has one $100 chip there.
That white chip under the blue ones. The blue ones are $1, and there's a white chip.
There's some purple.
Oh, there's a purple.
There's 4.
25.
So he's got with his 200
Yeah,
there.
but he's in about 2,000 this game.
Oh, is he? Okay. Well, he's got quite a bit in front of him. He looks like he has about 1,000 in front of him. There's actually a lot of chips on this table. Has it been wild?
Not really. Not wild, I wouldn't say, but seat 1 gives action, of course. Seat 9, relatively new to the table, is not afraid to put chips in the pot either.
We got some big hands here. We have aces and queens.
Yeah.
That's a queen on the flop. Yes.
I think seat
So,
one came out betting with ace-5. Aces just raised it up. I can't tell how much. 200, I think.
And seat 7 called there.
Seat 7 called. And seat 9's going to call.
I'm surprised it's just.
Now, if you got aces,
he's just going to call there.
You got to like that. Well, seat 9 has a set.
I know. He just flat called there. Get a lot of action in there.
So there's no more queens coming out, that's for sure. But seat 2 still needs an ace.
200.
Well, I don't really like his flat call and then leading out here. I would expect a check raise. I thought that's what he was just cold calling for on the flop.
You got a call from the aces. I'm surprised the aces didn't come over.
Yeah, I really think that 9 should have checked in that spot. Check raised in that spot.
King, queen lays down. So it's pair against pair, or pair against set, really. Let's see who's going to be aggressive here. Interesting to see how much he bets here.
200.
Yeah, the only way that he was
200.
going to lose his
Let's
hand
see.
is if someone was calling with the open and straight draw.
Aces are only going to
That's
call.
kind of a small bet.
Down. 3 queens. He pushes it in, doesn't show the table.
I think that's a nice big pot. I think he still could have got a little bit more, though.
Most of those chips are $25 chips. There's a couple $100 bills in there. So he's got has to be about over $1,000 pot there.
Looks like it.
And we'll play another one. King 10 for Leland, seat 1.
Raise to 40.
Seat 8 made it $40. What's he got? Looks like he has a
Deuce 4. Right? Seat 8, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, seat 8 has Deuce 4
4
club.
clubs. What are you thinking?
I like the move.
You like it?
I like it.
Okay.
I mean, he was nobody was in there. Nobody's going to put him on the hand, that's for sure.
Check.
Oh, now he checks it.
You got to follow through there.
Oh, look at this. Picks up 2 pair.
Well, like I said, no one's going to put him on this hand,
No.
but nobody really has anything. So
That's true. Nobody does.
100.
Hey.
Look at this. Seat 2 bets 100 with a pair of 5s.
Well, nobody's really showed any kind of strength whatsoever. That's not usually a board that's going to go with people
Raise
in
it up.
hands.
Raise it. I'd raise it another 100. I think he raised
Looks like
it 200.
another 200. And he gets called. I'm really surprised.
This is cool. I like this. Better hope a 6
He's
doesn't
calling,
hit.
yeah.
Players.
6 will kill him. It's a 5.
No, well, that does the job just
Oh,
as
that's
well.
just yeah, I forgot about that card.
Terrible river card.
Yeah. Seat 2 moves all in. Seat 8 says that's a terrible river card. Mucks. Well, it's your own fault, really. I mean, you shouldn't be playing that hand anyway.
No, there's nothing wrong with that no limit. But he should have bet the flop. If he would have made some kind of bet on the flop, he would have won the pot.
I can't understand it.
Well, no limit's not necessarily about the cards. It's about the situations. And he was in good position, and there's really nothing wrong with the raise. Calling, of course, would be bad, but raising with it, there's nothing wrong with that.
Live straddle, sir. It's a live straddle before he even got his card.
Okay.
$20 right there.
20 bucks.
Yeah, it's 20.
Live straddle, that's when they double the big blind before they get their cards. It's like a blind bet. Creates a little more action. And if you live straddle, you get last action. You now become the
Last action, pre-flop only. Then.
You have rights of the rights of the big blind. Same rights.
Change. It's 4 players. That's 40.
Like that flop. Nobody has any of it.
No, the one player that did have an ace was in seat 3. He had an ace 3, but he folded. Oh, he hit
There
his
we
hand.
go.
Yeah.
Hit the gut shot straight. Seat 1, Leyland. He's going to get a call. Mike. Remember Mike from this game, maybe?
Okay. Yes. He went up against Joe Wynn with ace 9 versus ace jack.
God, how do you remember these things?
I don't know. Well, that was a great hand. Remember, Joe threw in his whole rack with just ace jack high and caught a jack on the river.
Look at this. So, I'm moving it all in.
So I don't know what seat 4 is thinking about here.
He ain't going to call. He's going to.
Well, I mean, he's questioning his chips there.
He's going to act a little bit. How can he call?
Well, he shouldn't. But we've seen some crazy things. He won't call.
As Clint Eastwood would say, do you feel lucky?
Mm-hmm.
Well, do you, punk?
If he had called and caught the jack, he was only going to be chopping the pot anyways.
King 9 and diamond. King 9? Straight?
I think he needed to go back and recheck his cards. He did not have King 9 on diamond.
He had King 9, though, right?
He did, and he had 1 diamond.
1 diamond.
But he didn't have the flush draw.
Yeah.
They've missed all your plugs, Danny. Go.
I got to read my script here. It says, hello to 2+2 viewers, and thanks so much for your comments, suggestions, and especially your your participation. That's right. We love you too, guys.
Denny's lying that he has a script. Every once in a while, they'll give him a suggestion. But
more.
Yeah, we should get all the 2+2 guys down here and have it live at the bike night.
that would be great.
What do you guys think of that?
Actually, that's a really good idea.
2+2 versus RGP match play tournament. $125 bet, seat 2.
Get one of them to come in here and guest commentate with us.
Sure. Got to charge them though. That way we're going to make any money.
Charge them for what? Just for coming down?
Yeah, to commentate.
Step and foot in the to commentate. Okay.
I'm trying to get you a salary, okay?
Oh, okay.
If we charge them $5, that's $1.25 for each of us.
That'll buy us a soda.
You bring us a drink. Okay, enough goofing off, they said. Evelyn's cracking that whip. I love it. I love it.
Five players.
Maybe after this hand we can try and get you a chip count. Take a look around the table here.
25.
Well, C2's got an open end straight draw. Seat 5's got top pair. 2 pair now, jacks and 10s.
Thank you. Good luck, players.
We're going to have a dealer change the whole 9 yards, so this will be great. Let's zoom around the table
Here comes
real quick.
another one. Bart, do we suck or what?
Looks like come in a little bit tighter for me. There we go. This looks like this stack's 100. Oh, he's making pyramids and all that. I can't even count.
We can guess here. Okay, it looks like about $800.
Yeah, okay, maybe a little more.
Yeah.
All right, seat 2. He's got 5, about $700 there.
He's got some cash. I don't know if that's just one $100 bill.
Seat 3 is falling asleep. Looks like he's got about 1,200 in chips and some cash. Got about 500 in chips and cash in seat 4.
Has a lot of cash there,
really
but can't see
look
his
at
chips.
this. He's got the purple.
There, we've
5,
got some
10,
chips.
15, 20, 2,000.
25.
He's got about 28. He's got about $3,000 there. Don't know how much cash is there, so I won't even comment there. Seat 8 looks like he has about 1,900. And seat number 9, he's got 1,000, no,
11,
I don't know.
12, 13, 1,500
there. So there's a chip count.
Call 40.
Here. Bart just walked in the room. I'm going to give him my headset
Okay,
here.
I'll give you 60.
Well, I want to check on my tournament real quick, and then I can come back, okay? So I'm going to let Bart in here for a moment, and I'll be back shortly.
I know. I don't like my
So,
How you doing, Shirley? The
I'm doing okay.
trials and tribulations of an Omaha tournament player.
Yeah, I know. I came in here and then Denny says, "Oh, let's hear it." I said, "I am not even going there with the beats." Are you going to go there?
Well, no, I wasn't going to go there. It's
All
just, sometimes you have to. I had crippled in the fourth level because, I just had a huge draw that you just can't lay down. The nut low draw, the nut flush draw, backdoor straight draw, and you're getting jammed on the turn. But it's too good because there's only a few cards that are really going to hurt you.
Right.
And class, board paired up at the end of a high card.
Well, we still have 2 more Omaha events.
That was it for me.
To go. And luckily, this was a small one, so the $300 and the $500 one will have better first place money for us.
I walked in here at the first break, and there was a huge pot going on. Oh, actually, you probably don't know about that pot. It's with the pocket red aces and look like it's several thousands of dollars.
That doesn't look like a good card for the 5-8. Oh, it actually wasn't. I missed the flush there.
King 3. King 3's got a flush. And 5-8's made 2 pairs here too.
That's what I'm saying.
Top 2 pairs, but of course a six
ace
or an ace is a
6
straight.
or spade. That's what I was saying. It didn't look like a good card. It actually wasn't when I saw that flush there.
Difficult to call there on so many things can beat you. Mike asks how much he has left.
He keeps doing that when he did that just a couple hands ago when he really had nothing. I mean, he had a gut shot straight draw and that was it. And the guy had pushed all in for like $700 or something like that. And
of course, we have the luxury of seeing hole cards. I haven't seen that guy in seat 7 there. I think his name's like Dr. BB from last week or something like that. Yeah, I haven't seen him make a move on anyone like in the 3 or 4 broadcasts of the table that we've done here. He's usually bet with the best hand, so Mike thinks he's bluffing there. I mean, you've got to, watch the play. I mean, obviously people mix it up, but some solid players really rarely will commit a lot of chips on a bluff, He's usually got the goods when he comes at you, so.
I'm not that familiar with this 500 game because, I mean, as you know, I'm off on the day that it usually airs, and I don't normally play it when I'm there, I'm here. I've played it a couple times, but not many.
You see a lot of the same faces.
Yeah, well, I know Ali, and he'll play the 200 once in a while if the 500 game's not going or if he's on the board.
I can see Tony from seat 5 and seat 6. Those of you who know what I'm talking about is gone. I'm wondering out loud how long he lasted, and I'm sure I'll get filled in by Denny if he had lasted. He had already blown through a few hundreds of dollars of chips when I left.
100.
You want to follow before you get the bet in.
$100 bet from seat 7 who picked up his straight there. Again, when I'm talking about, he really comes with the goods.
Mm-hmm.
Had gut shot straight draw, or excuse me, I think he had open-ended straight draw.
Open-end on the flop.
And he hit his jack on the turn there. Well, I had fun, Shirley, in the Omaha tournament. I haven't played a lot of live Omaha tournaments. I usually play them online. I don't have as much experience with the Omaha tournaments as you do, but I do see a lot of people come in with some hands that you would really never see played in an Omaha cash game, which is kind of a little bit opposite to where in Hold'em tournaments you tighten up. But Omaha, if you play really solidly in a cash game, you play so few hands, you can't really play that few hands in a tournament because the blinds will eat you alive. Right?
I really don't think that they're doing it because they think it's better tournament strategy. I just don't think that a lot of players grasp the like Omaha concept.
Right.
It's a difficult game for most people.
I'm seeing somebody come in, limping in under the gun with ace, 8-9, limping in offsuit, and that's really kind of if people are familiar with Omaha, it's really kind of a garbage hand, especially in a tournament,
I'll play it, but I'm
you will
certainly
play?
not. Yeah, certainly not raising though.
No.
I mean, certainly not limping. If I come
Right,
in, I'm coming
exactly.
raising.
Yeah, I mean, you got to drive some people out, right?
Yeah, you got to figure if you've got two of them, they're really not many people should have a playable hand behind you, right?
Right, but if you get a couple callers, remember it's a one-way hand. You have no chance of going low. And those split pot games, obviously the key is always to
with
to
two
try to go both
aces,
ways.
you would normally have at least one suit.
Yeah,
you should.
You should. Yeah.
I'm not saying whether
Again, though,
it's a
you're-
good hand
again,
or bad
that's-
hand, but definitely not a limping hand.
Again,
definitely raising.
again, that's to go for high. The suitedness is going to give you a high.
Mhm.
So if you do get two low cards on the flop, which is usually more than 50% is going to happen, under 8 on the flop, at least 2, you're in a tough spot because you're only playing for half the pot. Looks like we have a multi-way action here.
Check around.
Check around. I was just turning away to put my glasses on. That's pretty.
Yeah, well,
sounds like weakness to me.
Well, yeah, nobody really had much. I mean, someone had the second pair with an ace kicker.
Uh-huh.
Now somebody's picked up the open and straight draw. Seat 4's picked up the open and straight
And seat
draw.
6 has picked up the second pair now. Queen.
I believe seat 7 folded. I hope he folded 7 deuce. You said he was a pretty solid player.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, that's seat 8.
Seat 8. And seat
So
8.
he did have it, but he folded
I think
now.
seat 8's out of the hand. And now ace 8's got trip 8. But it is a third club, although there weren't 2 clubs on the flop, so unless someone had kind of backed into a
And we got a
into a
raise here.
flush.
Oh, okay, he's the one with the 8.
Yep. Seat 9 bet in with king 5, pretty much just with top pair there. And
Would most likely call here, I would believe. He bet 75, and seat 1 only made it 175. It's only $100 more for him to call.
well, especially with the queen there,
Right,
you're,
that's what I'm
you're
saying. He
hoping
has
for
to
a
have
chop
ace
pot,
king or an
right?
8.
I love that raise. It's just the type of raise that you would want. I remember seeing a similar hand with a guy from 2+2 on the show, Michael Davis, with a queen jack, where you raise with that, and the guy is calling, hoping to chop the pot. But if you raise and you have something better, it's great equity and a great value raise.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who that guy is in seat 1 right there.
I believe Denny said his name was Leland.
Okay. When you came in, was Mo in the game?
No, he
He
wasn't.
had exited the game?
Yes.
No.
Actually, it looks like a whole change of table from when I first saw it out there. There was Melissa Hayden was on the table, and Allen Cunningham, and Mo,
Right.
and Yolette, and whole new lineup now.
I missed Allen Cunningham. We had seen the back of his head a few times, and I saw somebody mention that it was him, and then he vanished.
Uh-huh.
Totally missed it when I was reading through the lineup. I was like, that's Allen, and I wasn't looking at the screen. And I didn't realize it was Allen Cunningham. So, ace 9's got top pair here.
C4 is kind of a
He's
wild,
checking it.
a wild player, so he's going to bet the gut shot.
He's checking it, and you wonder if this is just passive play, or he might come in here for a check raise, or he was just...
I think he's probably going to call.
Again, though, I mean...
I guess he's not
he's
going
going to
to
lay it down, huh? If you put seat 4 on a 4...
He's got to put him on a 4 or an ace-king, because
right.
any
Because I
other
was gonna-
ace, they were going to chop the pot.
I was going to say, I was really, really surprised to see him lay that down. I mean, I was expecting a check raise or, at worst a check call, because, again, we said it was 2 pairs with a king kicker, so we're looking at a chop pot at worst if the ace comes. If both of the people have aces.
Damn it. You know what?
And here comes Danny Williams back. And I think I'm going to say goodnight to you all, I believe. And I probably will see you guys tomorrow night. I don't know if Danny will be working with you tomorrow night, but we'll see.
I'm sure he'll stop in at least.
I'm sure. So here you go.
Okay, Bart.
Danny.
5 players.
Take it easy, Shirley.
Right. Yeah, I'll be here tomorrow because we have we're going to stream the final table of the tournament tomorrow.
20.
Oh, that's
College
right, the
tournament.
College for Charity tournament. Or is it Charity for College?
College Challenge for Charity.
Okay.
Say that 3 times fast.
No, thank you. I couldn't say it once. So how's your tournament going in there?
It's going good. Going good. They're down to about 8 tables, I think.
Did you check on Steve for me?
No, I didn't see
Oh,
Steve.
thanks.
Actually, they had more than 8. They had 10 tables. Ace is up, seat number 5. Seat number 4 has 7 up.
Oh, cue Denny. Seat 8 folded
Seat
his,
8?
yeah, he folded his opening straight draw. And that's enough to take the pot.
Mike with the pocket 7.
He's a very aggressive player.
I know he is. That's why he's good for the game.
Yeah. Actually,
It's not a bad game, actually.
yeah, it looks like a good game.
Seat 1.
I'd like to go in there and play a little bit with him.
Seat 1, 4, 7, and 9 have been given a lot of action.
7. Bart was just telling me he's normally a solid player. Obviously, I mean, we haven't seen.
He's been in a lot of hands. put it
Okay.
that way. And seat 5 too. He's been in a lot of hands.
Well, he's normally a tight player too. I'm familiar with Ollie because he'll play the 200 once in a while. So, looks like seat 1's the one. It's in a lot of hands, at least from the short time that I've been here.
Yeah, he is.
1 and 4.
3 players.
Seat 9's got Ace Queen. Mike in seat 4 is Deuce 4.
Now we have a 3-5 in seat 2.
Check around.
So seat 2 picked up a gut shot straight draw there. Nobody else really has much. Well, now 9 has a gut shot straight draw. First one who bets at it wins.
Nobody's got a pair. Show
No,
them.
they're not going to. Ace high wins.
5 high.
That's pretty funny when they show 5 high.
No pair.
Yeah,
This
right.
person can't beat it. He only has 4 high.
I didn't even feel like that.
It's not the normal game.
No, nobody has anything.
In the normal game,
Navy recruiter. I wonder if that's what he does.
it'd be like,
It'd be a good way to advertise, right? Guy comes out, hey, are you a Navy recruiter? We don't want you if you can't read my shirt.
Your big one.
How many people have we had in here today? We've had to have had like
Today?
6 different people in here.
Well, Bart, you, me, and
Jennifer,
and
David.
David.
And Larry was thinking about stopping by. He might have stopped by.
Queen Jack 4, a couple diamonds. Seat 7 has 2 diamonds.
25.
Seat 1 has the best hand at the moment. Top pair 10 kicker.
125.
Raise it up, 125. Seat 1.
100 more.
9:34. 26 minutes.
So we are head up here, seat 1 and 7. There's the flush. And trips for seat 1. This is gonna be a dangerous hand. 300.
But I'm not sure. I mean, if seat 7 does play pretty solid, like Bart had said, now that board pair. Oh, I was thinking he was just going to call.
Call all in.
Question is, how much is it? Because he's got cash there too.
Yeah. Looks like he's doing a little count there.
Seat 9, move your head. 5, 6.
700. Oh, way more than that.
This is a three.
That is the three. Yeah, that is the 300. So his raise is
5,
about
6. A little over 600.
665.
665, dealer says.
It's a little bit more than that, guys. Here, there's 6 right there.
Trying to remember exactly how the action went down. I believe I think he's getting 3-1 on this call. There's 600 there. It was 300.
785, right? No.
Approximately. I can't say for certain.
790 more.
695, 700.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. 690 more. 690 more.
690.
690, okay.
Cliff, you took 3 guesses, they're all wrong.
I know. Hey, I'm drinking, so I've got an excuse.
I got it right. That's because I actually counted it.
Take your time.
Here he's going to lay it down.
Yeah. Hope the dealer shows the river card. Rabbit cam.
Go run out there, Denny. Go let her know.
I go out there. I'm going to tell him to call. take a chance.
We want a good show. Call, please.
Take a
Call.
chance. The board pairs, you're a hero. Is there a queen or a 10 coming?
Okay.
What is it?
We can see the card.
9 of
It's a 9.
spades.
So he made the right laydown.
Made
It
the
turned
right
out to be the
laydown.
right laydown.
Shows a nut flush.
Well, yeah, he doesn't know what the river was.
9 of spades.
But if he has any friends watching, he'll be happy to know.
I go tell him, man, it was a queen of clubs. Dude, you should have called.
He was wishing he had queen jack, but he just couldn't turn that 10 into a jack. No matter how hard he tried. 9 of spades. Where's my pocket fours when I need them? Where's my fours when I really need them? He needs a big dog back there. Yeah, I know it. He deserves it.
Can't please all the fish all the time.
Yes, I'm learning that.
What's the big dog?
Not even if he was here.
All right, guys, let's go. Get the money in the pot. Let's get the flop out there. We got 4 or 5-way action, I think. Queen Jack 7, rainbow.
Oh, we have Queen 7 there, C4. And check, and then he turns away, like he just could care less.
That could be a
No,
tell.
it is a
That's
tell. It is a
itself.
tell. I was pointing that out, yeah.
55.
$55.
Okay, and then C5 they're called with second pair. C9 called with third pair.
Good thing we have TV monitors throughout the casino because it helps you tell. You know, you turn around, you're looking at the TV.
Pretend you're watching TV.
Watching sports.
Mm-hmm.
Sevens and queens takes it down.
I think he could have got another little value bet out of that.
Well, we're live at the bike. We're at the Bicycle Casino in Bell Gardens, California. If you're saying, where the heck is Bell Gardens? We're about 10-15 minutes southeast of Los Angeles, just off the 710 freeway of Florence Avenue. Open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Come on down, play some live action poker. Don't forget, tomorrow we have a special college challenge for charity tournament. It's open to all college students or alumni. It's a $50 buy-in with multiple rebuys. And 15% of the proceeds we're going to donate to Special Olympics.
Oh, So it doesn't go to the school?
No.
Oh, I thought it went to the school of their choice or something like that.
Special Olympics.
Oh, that's it.
We will stream the final table on Live at the Bike tomorrow night, 6 o'clock. The tournament starts at 12:15. If you want to play in it, we'll start doing registration at 11 a.m.
Do all the college challenge go to Special Olympics?
I know the last one we did.
Oh, my mom is
The ones that we do here.
My mom's a volunteer, has been for years, and is very into doing that, and was talking about doing a tournament. I didn't realize that that's what this was for.
See, you learned something.
I learned something, and she doesn't know. I was just talking about this event to her, I believe, today.
Seat 2 has top pair, and seat 4 is going to bet his gut shot straight draw.
Seat 2 has second pair there, Denny. Queen.
That's what
Here's
I
a king
meant.
on the board.
That's what I meant.
Yeah.
You knew what I meant.
Yeah. All right, now we got to see seat 4 go really aggressive with that ace of diamonds. All in.
All in.
Yeah, he's representing the diamonds there. I figured that's probably why he called on the turn. Oh, he's getting a call. It's not a bad bet there. If seat 2 had more chips, he would most likely lay down the hand, but it doesn't look like he really had much.
Yeah, 300 and 325.
Okay. Well, that's still a nice little chunk of change.
He gives him the cash, that way it looks like his chip stack doesn't go down much. Psychological thing there.
Me and him are the only six men at the table. Let's go, dealer.
He's getting impatient. He hasn't played a hand in a while.
Who, seat 1?
Yeah.
Leland?
Yeah.
Big blind, please.
I only knew what you had. I'd have raised them out.
He's had plenty of time to make a bigger design. It's gotten smaller.
You're big blind, sir.
I guess I should like that, actually.
Looks like we have kings on seat 7.
Pocket king?
It looks like it. Yeah, we do.
4 players.
6, 6, 6.
Yes, I am.
That's what I hate, when I have kings and the ace hits the board.
Well, especially when it's just a small pot like that. I mean, he didn't raise out of the big blind with it, that hand.
Now he can get aggressive because you got to figure nobody has an ace.
Yeah, but someone might have a 5-7, which they do. Now he has to lay the hand down. Yeah. I mean, raise something when there's that many people in the pot. When there's like a couple people in the pot, then, like maybe 2 players, then you can solo play them and try to get tricky with them. But with 5 people, you've got to protect your hand.
Yeah.
Looks like king, queen in seat 4.
50.
And pocket 5s in seat 8. And not much else.
We saw pocket 5s earlier. Guy threw them away and flopped 5-5 blank.
Oh.
In fact, that hand, there were 4 pocket pairs. 2 of them threw away.
Yeah, must have been a lot of action before the flop.
Yeah, there was. Aces, queens, 8s, and 5s, I think it was.
The 5s are still good here.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Fives.
Mike in seat 4 not doing too good tonight.
Thank you.
He's trying to get some money. But
He said his game was thrown off.
yeah. Whenever I do this show, it makes me want to go out and play a little live action. Sometimes I do if there's not a long wait. But Friday night
It's a little crazy, yeah.
Probably a long wait.
Second pair, no kicker. I think Shake Gravy's okay.
I'm not normally here on Fridays, but I know when I'm here during the week, I mean, it doesn't take long at all to get into a game because we start the no-limit game so fast.
Yeah.
Because we know that we can start at six-handed and within 15 minutes it's going to be full.
Fill up.
Yeah.
That's true. Got pocket deuces, seat 1, ace 3 offsuit, seat number 2. 5.
Two picture cards and 5. It's pocket jacks.
Pocket jack, seat 5. Mike, seat 4, is playing 5-7 of hearts.
So it was raised to $50. We have four players still in the hand. What a perfect flop for seat 4.
Sure is.
Let's see how he's going to play this.
Makes
yeah.
it straight.
And the jack, of course, going to lead. The jacks are going to lead out.
Look at the deuces.
He just called like it was nothing. And then ace 3 is calling. Oh, nut flush draw.
Yeah.
Okay, so
he's going to raise it to 400 or raise 400.
Let's see. I think he said raise to 400. She's going to count those chips out. She'll pull him the original $100, and we'll see what he has left there. So that's the amount of his raise, which is $300 more. So he raised it to $400 even.
Yeah.
Now we're going to see. We have seat 5 has to rethink.
I think seat 5
Seat
called.
5 did call. Now seat 2, of course, getting the right price on this, on his nut flush draw.
Yeah, somebody's going.
What do you guys need? Pair the board?
Well, that
And
helps
he
seat 2.
Yeah.
Seat 2 picks up the flush.
And the other players are drawn dead. Whoop! Someone's angry.
Yeah, Mike just hit the table.
That's not all he did. Oh, but he's calling.
He's calling.
Yeah, he's angry. I don't know if he's calling just to show his bad beat there. I mean, he knew he was beat by his reaction.
Yeah.
Well, he's
out of here. He's upset. Tip the dealer. Tip the dealer on his way
last
out.
couple dollars.
I thought I heard an F word in there somewhere.
You did. That's why when they said he banged the table, I said that's not all he was doing. That's a nice pot.
Yeah, it sure was.
Seat 4 made the comment about an overcall, but that was exactly why seat 2 should call, was because the other player in seat 5 had called. It was giving him better odds to draw on that hand.
Right. Now, see, if I just want a pot that big, I'd be out of here.
You're so bad. That's such bad table etiquette, Timmy. You have to wait at least like half an hour.
Well, I could play a round or something.
No, you gotta wait 2 rounds.
Well, I'd take a walk.
That's a minimum.
Take a walk. Oh, I'm tired, guys. I got to go now. It's been a long day. The wife's going to get mad at me.
But he can afford it more than Phil.
Yeah, I guess he is worth it.
Raise up to 100.
Doesn't act necessary. Doesn't act like he can afford it.
Well, that was a nice pot. That was.
I know. It's going to take him 3 hands just to stack his chips.
It is. Hey, flop of 955.
If he stacks them real slow, it might take him 2 rounds. Then he can get up and go home.
Yeah.
The blackjack. Yeah, the corporations they have. They bank all the games. That's why I say.
I would like to see Okay, like what the heck? Okay, seat 2 bet with his deuce 6 and. Okay, we got a little mixed up there. He won the hand, so we obviously didn't have his whole cards. He probably didn't. Oh, of course he didn't have his whole cards over the camera. He's got his chips over the camera. We have the other people's cards, but not his.
Now those stacks are a little bigger than 20.
Oh yeah.
This might be 25.
Those look like more. That looks like 30 to me.
Maybe 30.
Yeah.
Oh, Mike had to go to work.
24 hours a day. Yeah, banks.
I say those are stacks of 30. That's my guess.
That's probably a good guess.
And he's got $100 bills behind there too. It's a good day for him. So now with seat 4 gone, it makes it all the less interesting for me to go out there and sit in this game.
Go for it.
I wanted to go sit with him.
Well, maybe you can get the chips from seat 1 and 2.
Well, 2's got all kinds. Should go try to take his.
Seat 6 has quite a bit too, but he's pretty.
He's not
tight.
really a person to try to take his chips.
He might not like that.
Well, I wouldn't mind trying.
Look at this. You got pocket 3s in seat 3, ace king in seat 6, pocket queens in seat 9. Now the other two guys, well, seat 1 folded. Seat.
We have five players in this hand. I think the dealer said 5 players.
Seat 2 came in with
okay. He
8-4 of hearts.
He finally he's on a rush.
Yeah, 8-4 of hearts.
I believe it was only $25 pre-flop, and with his blind of $10, it was only 15 more for him to call. So it's not that bad.
Now he's got 3 4s.
He is on a rush.
So now it's your turn.
So it gets checked to seat 9, and he bets 50 with his
150
queen.
brings it up.
And then let's say I want to bank $1,000. Well, maybe everybody else puts $1,500. But the first 1,000 is the only thing that matters. The other people, they don't have any action.
100
but
more.
Syndicates cover the whole table.
Pair of 3s folded. The queens are going to probably
Whatever
call.
you want to bet the cover.
Yes.
They
You go in
do.
there and say, I want to bet $1 million.
Well, I don't know about that.
No, it's all depends on what the table limit is.
There's no table limit.
Oh, there's not?
In the Dragon Room?
3 4s, betting $300. 375.
27,000 maximum bet.
That's the maximum bet?
He said something.
Well, the syndicates will cover that one for sure. Because these syndicates
Now,
several
if this is you, do you put them on a 4 or do you put them on a big pocket pair?
20,000 is not going to, slow them down.
I don't know. I mean, I haven't been sitting here long enough.
It's his big blind. Big blind
It's
hand.
his big blind, and he's on a rush, and it was only $25 to him, so it's only 15 more for him to call. So it could be possible that he has a 4, but he obviously put him on.
He raised all
put him
in.
on a 4.
Raise all in, call all in.
Who's putting you all in now?
Okay.
They don't care if you really want
He calls
He
it all
needs a
in.
queen. Seat 9 needs a queen to stay alive. Doesn't get it. Wow. Seat 2 is on a rush. 3 4s.
That's why I talk about no limit, not necessarily being about the cards. I mean, you can win somebody's whole stack with some little hand like that.
Right.
It only cost him $15 to win. It looks like about $700.
Now I'd
Well,
really,
$700 plus the pot. So.
now I'd really get up and go home.
Oh, Denny.
We're going to play one more hand here, and then we're all going home.
But we only cover half the table, then that means that 3 or 4 people, they don't get questions. So they like the syndicates too, because the syndicates guarantee that every single player will be paying $1 collection, whatever. They will be paying.
All right, this is it for Live at the Bike, the last hand of the night. We've had 2 doozies back-to-back here. Seat number 2 is the victor of both of them. He only had like, $300-400 before all this stuff started.
I believe so.
He didn't have much in
We're
chips.
only 7 minutes. No,
that's why I'm waiting. It's like, I'm not
Why
coming out
sitting
and
here while we
and
work up
play
a
for
sweat?
7
Yeah, no
minutes.
kidding.
All right, let's see. Anybody have anything worthwhile?
From what I can see, it doesn't look like it. We have a 6-7, a 7-8, and a Queen-King.
Okay.
Those are the three cards I can see. Oh, we have an Ace-King.
There's an ace-king, seat 6.
6.
I don't know what the edge is,
Seat 1's raising with his 6-7 suited.
He's in position to do
on
that.
the button.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we have a 4-way action.
It's even enough to overcome
10.95.
I mean, obviously, if you're only betting $20, you can't pay somebody $14. But when you're banking, you're talking several.
So now seat 1 picked up a double gut shot, and then seat 2 has the open and straight draw.
Well,
9 on the river.
And
let's say you have no education.
That's pretty boring.
Ace high, right?
Hey, ace high wins.
Someone offers you $14 an hour to
We needed to go out on last hand. On the last hand where with the 4-8.
Well, Shirley Rosario, nice to see you again. I'm sure we'll see you next week. Don't forget, Shirley has a website, pokerbabes.com with a hyphen in between. And go home and practice your Omaha.
Yeah, I know. Good night, Denny.
Good night, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow at 6 o'clock for a live, the final table of a tournament, the College Challenge for Charity. Join us tomorrow, 6 o'clock, live at the bike. Good night.
Good night.
The dealer takes care of that.
It's here. It's big. And it's closer than you think. It's not a tournament. It's what you don't see on TV. The cash is real. The stakes are high. They bet big. They win big. They lose big. High stakes live action poker. Live at the bike. Watch it live on the web or play it if you dare at the Bicycle Casino right here in Los Angeles.